Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock on Tuesday, September 14th. So I will call the meeting of the Committee of Whole to order. And our first order of business is I'll have our clerk, Mallory, do roll call for us. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
And Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor McKechnie send their regrets. Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will have a mover and a seconder, if I could, to adopt our agenda for today. To Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the Committee of the Whole meeting held on September 14th, 2021 be approved as presented. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And next, I'll ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Seeing none, we'll move on to adopt our minutes from the Committee of the Whole meeting from August 10th, 2021. If I could have a mover, Councillor Smith and Councillor Clark. Be resolved that the August 10th, 2021 Committee of the Whole minutes be approved as circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. So today we're going to go right into a delegation from the, I can't even say it, sorry, mathematical optimization used in decision optimization technology, currently or more easily known as our DOT software. So I'm going to just ask Laurie to bring in our delegates and I will pass it over to them. We have asked for this presentation to remind ourselves of how the DOT software works. Rob refers to it all the time, and we have been using it now for some time. So good morning. I believe that's Neil I see first. Neil Roberts. It takes a minute to get everybody onto the screen. There we go. Good morning, gentlemen. And just unmute. There you go. So what I'm going to do now is just turn it over completely to you to do your presentation. We did have some material included in our package, so thank you for that. And if it's okay, I'll let you introduce yourselves and what your role is, and then go ahead with the presentation.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Hans Hens. I am have been working with Rob Camelon. My position is as in customer or client success, and I also help the clients mostly to with the software to get set up, to deal with any support issues, etc. And of course, my group also does some projects like asset management plans and water, wastewater rate studies, etc. Then I will pass it on to Neil to introduce himself. He's our president.
Hans, you just introduced me. My name is Neil Roberts. There's so many, I'm the president of Infrastructure Solutions. There's so many Roberts here. I feel like it's a bit like a gathering of the clan. So anyway, Rusbe.
Hello everyone, my name is Rusbe Rochetti. I'm a VP Technology at Infrastructure Solutions. Okay, so Neil, do you want to start with the intro?
Yeah.
And then
First of all, how much time do we have? Because I'm going to make this quick, I think, at my end.
30 minutes.
30 minutes is the sort of total time, but I think we'd want to leave a little bit of room for questions. But you know, so if you can do the report in a 20 or 25 minutes would be great.
Sure. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a quick background. Pardon me. I'm going to give you a quick background on the company, and then I'm going to pass it on to Rusbe. Rusbe's rolling his eyes back in his head right now because he doesn't believe I can do a quick summary. So Infrastructure Solutions in 2013, under the MIII funding from the province of Ontario to build asset management plans. We wrote about 60 asset management plans in that year. We were using terrible software, it turns out. We didn't know that when we licensed it, but we're using the software to help us through the analytical process. 2014, we made a decision to get rid of that software. I started a search across the globe to find better quality software. I looked across Canada, looked at anybody that's currently in this market. In the US, I flew into the United States, I flew to Australia, I went to England looking for software, and I came back empty-handed. And there's a variety of criteria that we were looking for in terms of the quality of software. We made a decision in 2014 when we couldn't find it that we needed to build our own software. So what we were looking for fundamentally was a quality of current engineering capability, civil engineering, to go into the building of an asset management plan. If your civil engineering is wrong, sorry, I've got a bit of a bug. If the civil engineering is wrong, you're basically building your asset management plan on as like a house on sand. You need to have degradation curves, life cycle gains. There has to be a lot of engineering involved in the software to be able to come up with results you can believe in. The second consideration we had was that the socio-economic factors driving capital planning, asset management planning had to be included in that software. When we polled across Canada to about 100 municipalities, we determined that up to 50% of the decision-making process had to do with the socioeconomic factors as instead of looking at like best financial return on investment. And so that was something that was really important for us in terms of the quality of the software to be able to incorporate the socioeconomic factors. And then finally, as this is going to sound like manspeak maybe, but building an asset management plan is extremely complex when you start taking a look at all of the factors that are involved in the decision-making process. So you've got all the technical engineering component of the decisions, then you've got all the socioeconomic factors. That what we determined was prioritization was way too simple for what it was that was needed in that analytical process. We looked at cost-benefit analysis in great detail. Tried to make that work, and we just found that it was good for a year, maybe for 2 years, but by the time you're looking at a 10-year plan, or when it relates to water, wastewater, stormwater, you really want to look out 50 years really to see what's happening with your software and what kind of a reserve fund you need. You know, the rate study kind of thing, that analysis that we do. So what we did was we made a decision to work with the University of Waterloo. They had a research and development project in their civil engineering department, looking at optimization algorithms to determine best spend for big data. And that's where Roosbay joins our organization. While I was interfacing with University of Waterloo, he was getting his doctorate in the civil engineering program, and his specialty was in using optimization algorithms in the decision-making process. So, you know, I think I've said enough, Roosbay, believe it or not. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to turn it over to Hans. You want to say a few things, Hans, as well? Or should we
No,
just
that's okay. I think we should go straight to Roosbay, and then he will handle the presentation.
So I'm just going to say one more thing before Roosbay gets started, and that is that the final thing, we were working with a lot of smaller municipalities under 20,000 in population, and really what we wanted was the software also to be very easy to use and to be used as a communication tool for whoever in your administration was communicating with you for support in the asset management plan that they developed. So we designed this thing to be easy to use, straightforward, logical, user-friendly, and we wrote a lot of the optimization algorithm and civil engineering components of the software into the back end of it. We give you, if you've got people on staff that are engineers and want to work with the degradation curves and the life cycle gains, you're perfectly free to do that. We'll support you in doing that. Rob has been a great resource from our perspective in that he's probably our number one user of the software. He tortures it and twists it to be able to get exactly the kinds of results that he wants to present to you. So we think he's a special guy, and I just wanted to make that notice that he's working really hard to come up with the best possible plans for you. So, Roosbay, if you could take it from there, that'd be great.
Thanks a lot, Neil. Just before I start, can I get a confirmation that everybody can see the shared screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. Again, it's Roosbay Rochetti. So I think the plan for today would be to be focused on talking a little bit about the fundamental models that we are using in the software and compare optimization with other methods. I mean, we typically don't do a lot of technical presentation, especially to council, but as per Rob's request, we are putting together a presentation for you. This is based on a couple of conferences and presentations we did in TAC, Transportation Association of Canada, TRB, IRF, and multiple places. So I put some of those slides together. I will try not to be too technical about some of the concepts for the sake of time, but of course, if you have any questions, we can definitely dive deeper into some of these concepts. Now, if you also don't mind, I will turn off my camera because sometimes it interferes with the presentation. And then we can start. So my objective would be within the next 20 to 25 minutes to talk about different methods that we can use for decision making. And I think that was one of the questions that we wanted to answer. And at the end, I will just talk a little bit about why DOT is the ideal decision support tool to handle your capital planning process. So to begin with, the fund allocation problem that we're trying to solve, and we can utilize different techniques to solve that problem, has to do with 3 layers of decision making in a sense. So at the top layer, you want to answer the 3 key questions in terms of which municipal asset to fix, with what type of treatment at what time, the 3 critical and key asset management questions that we always try to answer. Which roads to repair, with what type of treatment should I do, a minor rehab or a major rehabilitation or preventive maintenance at what time? And typically when you want to do that, you're subjected to a range of requirements. First of all, you have objectives in mind, and typically we want to maximize the performance of our system or minimize cost over a planning horizon. You want to get to the highest possible level of performance for your network and service to the community. You want to minimize your overall cost and life cycle costs. And then you have a range of constraints. You have a budgetary limit, of course. There is limitations in terms of how much we can spend on different projects. We can have limitations on our manpower. You might have serviceability requirements, level of service that you want to achieve, requirements in terms of your operational needs and socioeconomic factors, things that also Neil mentioned. So this is a relatively complex problem if you want to arrive at a solution that satisfies all of these needs at the same time. Now, to solve this problem, we can use different methods. We can use priority ranking, we can use multi-criteria analysis, cost benefit, and optimization. My objective would be to touch on each of these methods and give you kind of a high-level overview of what they are all about to get to the optimization and perhaps more highlight the benefits of optimization. The important thing, because sometimes people might ask, okay, I have different methods, ranking is more straightforward, I prefer to use that. Why should I bother to investigate other methods? And the main reason there is, and we have consistently proven that, not only us, a lot of study over many years, that by switching your decision-making method, you can realize significant benefits just by having a better way of allocating your funds and considering the taxpayer money, considering the implications of that, considering the fact that infrastructure assets provide service to public, and the cost savings associated with these decisions, it's of course highly recommended to look at better ways of making your decisions. Now, in order to kind of investigate this, we are going to look at a very simple network. So I have 10 road segments here. I'm looking at a 3-year planning horizon and a $50,000 budget, just to be very simple and kind of see what happens when we go through different ways of decision making. So I'm going to use this network and I'm going to apply the same different decision-making methods, and then we're going to compare the results at the end to see what happens. And because it's simple, we can probably track some of the decisions we are making. So this network consists of 10 segments, different functional classes. Again, we don't want to go into any major technical things. The only thing that I want to highlight here is that we have a condition rating. I mean, typically for your assets, you have condition ratings depending on what type of assets. For roads, we have something that is called PCI, or Pavement Condition Index. The highest value is 100 for a brand new road, and 0 is something that is basically at the end of its service life. So if I look at this here, the worst asset is section 10 at condition 12.1. I just want to have that in mind. So as we will move forward, we will see how we deal with these methods. Now, the first approach that we can utilize to analyze this decision is priority ranking. Relatively straightforward process have been used in the industry from a long time ago. It's the most simplistic approach. Forget about the flow chart over there. In a nutshell, what this does is you look at your available budget, you look at your entire system, and by a way of a priority score that can represent the current condition of your assets, you can look at other factors too, but typically priority ranking looks at the condition. You start your allocate your budget to the asset in the worst condition, and then move down the list until you fully exhaust your available budget, and then you move to the next year. That's typically how we allocate the budget under priority ranking. So if I go back to the example I had and I start to apply this process, what you will see is that, and you remember we had about $50,000, again, a simple case. Immediately in the plan, that section 10 that we said it's at worst condition, if I go back here, you remember this was at 12.5, which is the worst condition, start to immediately utilize all of my available budget, because these projects typically show significant rehabilitation and reconstruction projects. And then I start to carry on again based on the condition priorities and allocate my budget. And this is the kind of performance I can expect under this strategy. And again, later on, we're going to compare this with other methods. But the main logic here is that your condition of the assets drive the fund allocation process. Now, in terms of the pros and cons of this approach, the main advantage of this approach is that it's simple. It's easy to understand. Everybody gets it. How do we allocate the budget? We look at the condition. If something is in worse condition, we're going to give it our available budget. But it has lots of problems. And one of the biggest problems is that this worst road first approach has been consistently proven to be the worst approach of fund allocation, because these projects become big sinkholes that you allocate all of your available funds, and you start to ignore preventive maintenance programs and what happens down the line to other assets that will deteriorate. And if you look at a 10-year, 20-year, 50-year projection under these sort of strategies, it really affects the performance you're going to get. And again, in this simple example, you will see the comparison with other methods. Now, we can move to more sophisticated methods. One of the other ones is called multi-criteria analysis. Again, we don't want to get into too many details. There are different methods for multi-criteria analysis. I will actually switch to this slide here. Apologies if I move through some of these slides faster, because we don't really need to go into so much details here. Unless you have questions later on, we can do that. But what is multi-criteria analysis? In multi-criteria, what you do, you follow a more structured process of looking at what attributes, what criteria are important to you at different levels, and start to build the priorities based on that. So if I look at this particular example here, it's a hierarchy. Basically, one of the methods that we can use follows a hierarchical approach. We call it the analytical hierarchy process. So on the top, I have a priority score, and then I will say my priority score depends on physical condition, also characteristics of my sections, and also some socioeconomic factors. And then under each layer, you might have other factors that are important. Under the condition, I'm looking at my overall score and distress data. Under the characteristics, traffic or maintenance standards or functional classes are important to me. And then I will evaluate each section against these criteria. And again, at the end of the day, I will come up with a more, let's say, comprehensive mixed type of a priority score, and I can start to go through the same kind of a prioritization approach. One of the important things about these methods is that you can use mathematical methods to actually confirm consistency in your ratings, have proper rating methods, things like that. It's very effective if you want to make sure that you have consistency in your subjective weighting process. So we don't want to get into the mathematics of this, but for example, I can do some calculations and understand if the ratings that I'm assigning are within a tolerance and they make sense or not. Now, I have done the same, I use the same approach, the approach on the same network, and I arrive at a different solution. So this is the exact same network, exact same budget. We just switch from the priority ranking now to a multi-criteria approach. In this approach, I looked at the functional class traffics and things like that. So if I go back and look at my sections and see which sections are recommended in the beginning, these are the sections that represent higher scores in the categories and in the criteria that are important to me, like traffic levels on the roads or functional class. And then I start to allocate my budget. So as you can see, comparing to the previous approach, section 10, which received immediately all of my available budget in the first year, is not even picked under a multi-criteria approach because it did not have all the characteristics that was important to me in terms of traffic or functional class. So just by switching the decision-making method, I can completely change the outcome of my analysis, and this is another example of that. Now, multi-criteria definitely better as compared to simplistic priority ranking process. You can work with multiple scores, but when we start to look into some of the mathematics associated with that and some of the underlying assumptions, there are lots of limitations. Perhaps the biggest limitation with this method is that it cannot guarantee that you will arrive at the best possible solution. Also, there is a considerable level of subjectivity still involved. When you talk about the weight of different priorities and how things are important, there is still some level of subjectivity involved there. And at the end of the day, it's a good approach, but it's not the best possible approach. Now, we can move to another technique from multi-criteria, which we call cost-benefit analysis. Now, cost-benefit analysis is basically an economical approach. And what you do under this method, which is also widely used, is that you start to translate the impact of your decisions into monetary terms of benefit. So how much benefit you can gain. And then you also investigate the cost of those decisions. And you calculate a benefit over cost ratio. And typically we start to look into projects that have a benefit over cost ratio greater than 1, which means that their benefit is greater than their cost. And I can start to allocate my budget to projects that have a higher B over C ratio using the cost benefit analysis. Now, in terms of the process, we can employ different formulas to calculate costs. We look at usually a net present value calculation. We look at the value of the money over time, and we can look at different factors, social costs, vehicle operating costs, the actual cost of construction, and things like that. So there are different formulas. This is just one example. But when it comes to benefits, one of the challenges with the CBA approach is it's not that straightforward to monetize benefits. Like, what is the dollar value associated with repairing a road segment? What is the dollar value associated with a better service to public? I mean, you can make some assumptions, but those are typically difficult to arrive at. Lots of, especially larger agencies, spend a lot of effort and time on researching that. A better approach to quantify benefits is typically looking at how performance changes over time. So this is, if you want to look at this shape over here, this represents how an asset deteriorates over time. So this is where I start, this point over here. Hopefully you can see my cursor. Can you see my cursor here? If not, I can. Okay,
yes.
Perfect. So this point over here is where I start, like right in the beginning of the service life of an asset when it's in a perfect condition. And then over time, it can deteriorate and goes into the lower condition states, and finally it goes basically out of the service. Now, at different points, I can start to apply a treatment. Like this T1, the first point, I apply the treatment, I improve the condition, and then it will actually start to move again on my let's say deterioration curve. Or I can apply at a different time, larger investment perhaps because now it's in the rehab section, larger improvement, and again it moves forward. Now, typically with the cost benefit, we quantify the benefits as the area under this performance curve, which is perhaps the best approach. And we also use that in a sense in the optimization process when we talk about performance. Now, if I use cost benefit again on the same exact network, I arrive at a different solution this time. Now, one of the things that you will realize under the cost benefit approach is that a lot of emphasis is on treatments with lower cost, which can sometimes be challenging because everything is translated into monetary terms. Cost of treatments and cost of projects are typically the key driver behind the decision. So there would be a lot of emphasis on projects with lower cost, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, you have to have a balanced approach. You want to invest on preventive maintenance, lower cost projects, but you also should look into the impact of not investing in some other projects and what happens. And that balancing process is perhaps key here. Anyways, when I use CBA, I can arrive at a solution that's a relatively good solution. And CBA overall is a good method if you want to have a monetary process, basically a process that monetizes your decisions and then use that as the basis for your decision making. As I said, it's a macroeconomic approach. It has been used in the industry. And overall, it's definitely a better approach as compared to priority ranking or even multi-criteria. Sometimes cost benefit can be one input into a multi-criteria process, actually. So you can have a multi-criteria and one branch actually looks at a cost benefit. Now, it's a good approach, but still, it's not the best approach for multiple reasons. One of the biggest limitations with cost benefit analysis is that it's a recurring process. You basically look at what happens at the current year, calculate your cost benefits, and then move to the other year. So it completely ignores the time dimension of the analysis, impact of acceleration and delaying of certain treatments, fluctuating levels of budget, and more importantly, you typically can address a single constraint, major constraints with cost benefit, which is typically your available budget. If I start to introduce other constraints, level of service requirements, operational limitations, target performance levels, different layers of budget, then all of a sudden cost benefit cannot handle that complexity because it is not an optimization approach. It is a process of decision making, but it is not an optimization approach. And because of that, it doesn't give you a multi-constraint, multi-year analysis. And that's the biggest limitation that really you will realize if you start to actually compare it with the true optimization approach. Now, moving to the optimization side, now I want to talk, of course, a little bit more about what optimization is. Now, optimization by itself is actually a branch of science. It's a branch of operation research. It's the most scientific approach to decision making with the objective to optimize the performance of a system, and it typically handles situations that they have to deal with allocation of scarce resources. Originated in World War II, like many other disciplines in the science, it was used to optimize the processes for missile development and some of the war operations, of course, when the time and resources were of extreme importance. And the main objective of optimization is to find out what is the ideal course of actions, the best course of actions that gives you that ideal performance or the optimum solution. Now, it's a big topic by itself. As I said, it's a branch of science. There are lots of things that we can talk about under the optimization. But in a nutshell, if I want to explain what do we mean by optimization and what happens in a software like a DOT, we don't just look at the priorities. We don't just look at the scores of condition or your criteria. We take all of those into account. And then under the optimization, we take all the possible actions into account, all the possible ways that you can allocate your available budget, all the possible ways that I can select an asset, timing a treatment, and basically select a possible alternative. So all those three questions over the entire planning horizon. And then out of all of these possible combinations, the system will find the best possible combination. So out of millions or billions of possibilities in terms of how I can allocate, the system goes and investigates all of these possibilities and then finds the best possible combination. That's what, in a nutshell, an optimization does. And of course, this is a computationally expensive process. It's not that simple. If we go back 10 years, this kind of an approach can take hours, even days, on relatively even a small size problems. That was the biggest challenge, that why you didn't see optimization going back 10 years, because It's a difficult process. It requires a lot of computation, as you can imagine. But with the advancements in technology, now you have tools like decision optimization technology that utilizes the latest in optimization and give you solutions that rely on a true mathematical approach, on something that guarantees that you're arriving at the best mathematical solution for your problem. So optimization can take into account a wide range of technically as many constraints as you want. In our system, you can have a lot of different constraints. I can tell where I want to see the performance of a particular asset class. I want to run my analysis and I don't want to see more than 10% of my roads to be in poor condition. I don't want to see my overall network to be below a certain level. I have risk tolerance that I want to satisfy. I have different levels of fundings that I want to satisfy. I have operational requirements that I want to satisfy. You can have all of those constraints, and the system looks at your entire planning horizon and then finds out the best possible solution for you. That's the biggest difference. It looks at a multi-year, multi-constraint true analysis, and then you arrive at a solution that is guaranteed to be the best possible solution. Now, as I said, there are challenges associated with that. The complexity, unfortunately, is not as simple as a prioritization process to explain, but of course, there are lots of resources on this that anybody can study, and there is no doubt that it's the best possible method. It's just a matter of implementation of it, which is a challenge. And as I said, with the latest technologies, we have resolved those challenges. So you're familiar with DOT. Neil already told you about the background, so I won't repeat that. The same problem. Now, let's go back to our problem. I applied optimization. And now we have a different solution. The solution, if I want to explain to it just by simple logic, it's a little bit difficult to say why specific selections are made. But if you look at this as a whole and compare it with other solutions, we see that this is the best possible solution. And this is our final comparison on a very, very straightforward and simple problem. So as you can see here, this is my expected performance in this particular scenario. This is the blue line is multi-criteria, red line is the basically a simple worst first ranking, and the black line is the optimization. This is actually another example. As you can see, optimization completely outperformed. Just forget about this one. Let's focus on the bar chart over here. This is the example that we just talked about. This is the level of performance improvement at each year that I get under different scenarios. So the solid line is optimization. Then we can look at cost benefit ranking, CBA. As you can see, overall, optimization results in over 20%, roughly about 20% added performance if I want to calculate the numbers in this simple example. So that's very important. Even if I look at a simple example, I can still verify these outcomes. Now, going back to the next slide, this is real life data, 56 different tests, different clients, different sizes, different budget levels. We are comparing optimizations with other methods, including cost benefit, including prioritization. Under all cases, optimization improves your condition. So on this side, I see network improvements, comparisons. As you can see, I can get up to 25% improvement just by switching to a better decision-making methods. And then we translate that into cost savings and with different ways. How much more you need to invest to get to the optimization under your current approach? What is the implication in terms of performance and how much investment you have to make to arrive? And literally millions of dollars. As we are talking right now, we are finishing a study for the city of Calgary. We've already shown them the initial results. They're amazed by the level of improvements they are getting. And Calgary is quite sophisticated, I should say, in terms of the current approach. But even for a city that size, switching to a better decision-making can be significant. Now, as I said, without going into too much details, optimization really helps you to go way beyond the economic implications of your decisions. We can be really focused on performance requirements, as probably you have seen in DOT. You can tell the system, where do you want to be different asset types? If I have a limit on performance for my arterial roads, if I don't want to see any arterial roads in poor condition, the red bars here, All of these can be set into an optimization process and be satisfied. And you can also use the optimization to understand how much investments you have to make. So because you can set your target levels and then run what we call the target optimization, that tells you what is the minimum cost of achieving your targets. So not only it tells you what is the best way of allocating your available funds, it also tells you how much investments you have to make if you have certain targets in mind. So to finish this, what I wanted to say is that hopefully, first of all, this gives you a good overview in terms of what kind of methods we can use and as a comparison. At the end of the day, if you want to have a practical decision support tool, which was our main objective with building decision optimization technology, true optimization is one aspect of that. It's an important aspect, but it's not the whole thing. If you want to have a practical tool, you need to have multiple things working together. You want to have the best analytical tools and methods. As I said, with the advancements in technology, now we can offer that. But that should be coupled with reliable engineering. You want to also make sure that the models that you employ in the software make sense from engineering perspective, your degradation curves, treatment options, impact models. So at tool like DOT, again, we spend a lot of time, as Neil said, to make sure those models are accurate. Then this should be combined also with the process to take into account your operational and socioeconomic requirements. If you don't take those into account, you cannot just solely rely on a mathematical output. You need to have a good engine, but you also need to have a good process to take into account the operational and socioeconomic constraints. And of course, all of this ideally should be provided through an easy to use, easy to understand tool, which was our objective, a tool that it gives you the best possible capital planning experience, but at the same time, it's easy to understand and you can use it effectively for data management, visualizations, and all of that. So with this, I'm going to finish the presentation. More than happy to answer any questions. Again, I hope that this presentation gives you a better sense of different methods that we can employ for decision making and why we're actually using a true optimization in our tool.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Roozbeh, for that explanation. And I believe it was Neil that said Rob is a special guy. I don't know if you're going to stop sharing screen and then I'll be able to see everybody and you can turn your screen back on if you want. I don't know, Rob will be listening but isn't on the camera. Yes, he is a special guy, but we've been giving him we have given him a hard time and certain members of the public have probably given him a hard time as well. This was quite a shift for us to go from what we previously had, which was a book called The Dysart Roads Needs Study, and this is what you will do in these years. And it was a hard and fast thing, and it was, and we have done this shift to looking at using this DOT software system. But it is very difficult also for politicians who want to be the decision makers and get pressure from our constituents, particularly in cottage country, where people feel, you know, you pay this much tax and live on this road, and so therefore this road should be done. So I think this is great because it's a change over the last couple of years. It's you know, we're still getting more comfortable with it, and the purpose of bringing you gentlemen here today was, prior to going into our budget process, is trusting that system, is trusting the and it's incredible. Some of those slides were, there was a math thing there on one of the slide decks that was, I have no idea what even some of those symbols are, let alone what the function is. So we appreciate your expertise and putting a system like this together. And I'm going to open it up to the floor for councillors. And Rob, if you want to do we bring Rob into the screen? If you want to make any comments, perhaps bring Rob in as well. So councillors, Councillor Clark first, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Roozbeh. Perhaps, I don't know if this is for you or perhaps Neil, but it looks like this would need to be supported by fairly good research or analysis on new treatment methods, processes, that type of thing, which would directly impact the modeling. Does Infrastructure Solutions, do they have an arm that keeps up to date on best practices and new trends to act, you know, to provide guidance for our Director of Public Works?
Absolutely. Roozbeh, yeah, we've built about 60 different treatments into the into the software. And so Rob has the ability, we recognize that there are regional variances in what's available to you, and also the various costing as well. Southwestern Ontario is going to be much cheaper than Haliburton area, and we're doing business now in the States. So Texas and Florida are quite a bit different than Northern Ontario, as I'm sure you can imagine. I just came back last week from the PWX, Public Works annual convention, where I did nothing but travel around and take a look at what treatments are emerging in the marketplace. We're also very heavily involved with a company called Ergon, which is the largest supplier of preventive maintenance treatments in the United States. We've actually been interacting with them a fair bit. Yeah, we recognize that if you're not making recommendations of the highest quality, then you're kind of missing the point. Again, it is really reliant on you to check off the software that is available to you in the Haliburton region versus and also the costing associated with that, and be able to, you know, it's great to know that putting fiber in a surface treatment will give you longer life cycle, but if that isn't available to you in Ontario, then it doesn't help you very much. But yeah, we're very, very cognizant of that, and we're very attentive to the marketplace.
Okay. And one last question. There's a lot more major weather events and climate change, and that impacts some of our assets more than others. As Rob well knows, if with the washouts we're finding we've got culverts that are not appropriate for the number of weather events that we're getting. And this is directly impacted by, you know, I guess how we work on our roads. Also, some of the treatments on there, some last better than others in major weather events.
Yeah.
Are some of these factors part of your decision-making software and in terms of how to manage and prioritize work we're doing?
Yeah, the answer is yes, and I think I'll turn that over to Rizbe to explain how that happens.
Sure. Yes, that's a very good question. So you have full flexibility in terms of customizing the software, first of all. So it basically provides you with a list of default options, but at the end of the day, you have the option to actually introduce your own constraints and your own criteria on top of that. So if climate change, for example, considerations is part of that, you can simply add it to your socioeconomic factors. The other thing is you also have full control in terms of aligning projects or locking in certain projects. So if at any year you want to do, for example, a culvert replacement and make sure that project is aligned with your road interventions, you can simply go into the software and start to enforce those kind of decisions. That driver can be alignments between different projects, climate change considerations, or things like that. So it gives you a lot of control in terms of what type of factors you want to work with. Our objective was to give you a good out-of-the-box functionality for a fast onboarding process. And as Neil said, keep continuously updating the base functionalities, but at the same time, full flexibility to customize if needed, if you have unique needs.
Right, and you can set, I mean, we give you default degradation curves, but you can set if you're finding that you're seeing a faster deterioration or a slower deterioration, you can simply change the curve on that so that it will be reflected in what is being generated as an asset management plan for you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Smith, you were next with a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I had a couple of questions. Maybe start with the, you used the term constraints. Also, socioeconomic factors, I think, would be among those, you know, in terms of bringing them together that help you drive, you know, your optimized outcome. And I'm wondering, you know, in today's world, people look for openness and transparency from organizations. So as you work with other communities, how is the degree to which those constraints or factors are shared, communicated to the public? How important is that in terms of driving support for the recommendations, if you like, that come out of the DOT software?
Yeah, we find that one of the biggest problems is that the software will push you into the direction of preventive maintenance. So you'll be out fixing a road that appears to be in good condition first, and leaving the roads that are in the roughest condition till a later date. And so you get your public wondering why the hell you're spending money on a good road when you've got a bad road there. The reality is if you catch your roads at the right time, I'm sure you understand the principles here, John. It's
Mhm.
preventive maintenance. You change the oil in your car, you fix the roof of your house, you know, you put a surface treatment on a good road to make sure that there's no water penetration and the road will last a hell of a lot longer. You won't get the maintenance costs associated with keeping that road up. And then you'll have more money to spend in your capital projects. If you go after your capital projects, your good roads are rapidly becoming your bad roads and you never catch up. And you can talk to the guys at Fort Erie. We shaved about $1 million off their annual budget because we pushed them in the direction of preventive maintenance. Not fully in that direction because you have to pay attention to your bad roads as well. Make sure that they don't get moved into the major like a reconstruction. You can get them on a major rehabilitation instead of a reconstruction. But that's the whole objective of it, is to move you in sort of more in the direction of preventive maintenance. So yeah, you'll find that there's now an increased interest in, we just did a presentation. We just finished doing the country of Sweden, for example, their national road network. That's all online. I can give you the link to the entire network where you can click on a road. It'll tell you what's going to happen with that road over the next 10 years. And it's had thousands and thousands of hits now. So that, I mean, there's that kind of thing that's happening. We just finished doing a presentation to the city of Houston, which is the 4th largest city in the US. And that's one of the clear criteria that they had, is they wanted the public to have access to that information. Their mayor's asking for it, they want it. And that's part of the deal with them, is that we'll provide that kind of access to them. I shouldn't say we'll provide it. The guys in Sweden are actually do it for them.
Okay.
But, you know, so absolutely. And I think the whole movement in Canada is to full disclosure. That's why they want you to post your asset management plan. So you're going to see this kind of pressure. And I think it would alleviate a lot of the questions and a lot of the concerns coming from your residents if they could see that your money is being best spent, and there's a logic behind what you're doing and when you're doing it. It's a data-driven decision for what how the money is being expended. If you conceptualize it, and you can put a map up on your website, for example, or at least a list of the roads, and people can go and find their own road and see what the plan is for when they're going to do work on the road. It would quiet that whole thing down if you're getting a lot of complaints. And I know you're cottage country, and I know you're freaking Canadian, or your Toronto complainers are probably on you. Your lake associations are probably on you. But the reality is, if there's a logic behind it and the money is being best spent, and you're keeping your taxes under control, and you're not initiating, let's say, an infrastructure surcharge that they won't like either, you know, I think you're going to find that there's going to be a balance, and that'll quiet that whole thing down, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. So that an important point you've made there is the winning the public support depends upon being open and transparent, sharing some of these things. And to my second question, which you've really already answered, is these other communities have all shared that longer term work plan. So it's not just about telling them what we're doing the coming year,
Right.
but in your example, that section 10, in the scenario there, the one that PCI of 12.5, if you happen to live on that road, it's really important. But at least if you share the 3-year work plan, those people on that road can take some comfort that it hasn't been forgotten. It's not going to get done next year, but it'll get done within 3 years. And so sharing that longer term plan is an important, in your experience, is an important part of winning and maintaining public trust.
Yeah, I have to differentiate between, in my experience, it's not being shared readily in Ontario for sure, where you're putting that kind of a list up. But I'm seeing it happening in other parts of the world where they see that kind of transparency is important. And I think you're getting more and more pressure from the federal government or the province to be able to be transparent on your asset management plan in general. I think this kind of thing is in evolution. I don't see that we're not getting a lot of requests in Ontario to set up a website where the information is available. We're really leaving it to each community to make their own decision about what they want to reveal, and what's mandated and what they choose to reveal. But I think it's coming. I think that's the evolution of it. And full disclosure, certainly in Sweden and in our experience, is absolutely mandatory for them. And so there, as I say, thousands and thousands of hits on the website that shows where the road network is going. So I think you're going to see that as part of the evolution.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Smith, for that. But and keep in mind too, we as a council made a decision this year based on some roads in the village that had come up in the DOT software, but we feel may have a possibility where a sewer line could go through. We haven't fully costed that out or anything, but it's very, that would be a direction that we would like to see. So as you Councillor Smith, you spoke yourself, why do a road just because the system said to do the road, but we know up here, we humans can change that, take that out of the system. Then Rob brought us back the other draft. So one of the problems with going too far out, not that we're not trying to be transparent and open, and Rob, maybe you want to speak to this, is giving people say, oh, look, my road is going to be done in 2027. Well, wait a second, something could happen in between now and then. So I think we did try to go, sort of 2 years out, but to have the system can sprint many, many, many years far ahead. But we're making decisions, other socioeconomic, other decisions that will alter that. So Rob, did you want to add anything before we get ready to close?
No, I think they've covered everything that kind of had in my head I wanted to get addressed today. And say if I could explain it like that, we wouldn't have to invite them in here. Not that I don't want to see you fellas, but no, I just want to thank them for their time and the explanation. And hopefully it cleared up some questions that members of council had or may have. And it's a very good segue into the budget talks this fall.
Just if I can add one comment, Andrea, is I totally agree with you. There's no software that is going to give you the perfect plan. What you're going to do is you're going to get 90% of the way there. And then of course you've got to be able to incorporate that cross-departmental decision making. So, and there are other factors, the budget that's available to you, et cetera, that's going to shift over time, where you're going to make a decision that you're going to expand a lot of capital in another area. And so the road network isn't necessarily going to meet the expectations. So John, that's what I think that's why you're seeing a little bit of reticence in Ontario for posting a 10-year plan. But I think that if you give people the justification and the mentality behind the decision-making process that is data-driven, that you're going to quiet everybody down. The problem is that you need something that's evidence or data-based to say this is the best way to go about doing our business. And even if you have to modify the plan, at least people know that you're thinking your way through it. You're looking at the Dysart or Halliburton in a long range perspective. And even if there's shifts along the way, I think they'll understand that based on emerging circumstances. So I have to say I'm a little bit with John in the revelation, and I've heard from other people that when you disclose what you're doing, it quiets things down a lot. But I understand your position as well, that circumstances change, and if you post something like that, you've kind of made a commitment that you're going to honor that. So it's a political.
Well, it is political, but I think the biggest thing that we're disclosing is we are making decisions based on data. Just what you said, it's data driven. It's not that we're hiding anything from anybody. We aren't making a decision because this Lake Association shouted the loudest and we want our road done and we want this level of service. And we aren't also basing our decision making on a hard and fast book, because I referenced earlier, is this is your road asset management plan and this is what you will do year over year, and instead of taking any of those other factors into play. So we have shifted from that. So I think we are being extremely open and transparent, and using your system we're in good company if Sweden and Houston and many other places are using this system. I feel we're in really good hands. Rob, do you want to add?
I can send you a story that was in the local newspaper in Bloomington, Illinois, and they said, the council said exactly the same thing. They said, finally, we have a data-driven decision-making process, and they're very happy with it, and it just calmed everything down. So I think that I think you're absolutely on the right track here.
Okay, we'll just finish up with Rob. Did you want to?
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that we are in year 1 of using this program. So I'd like to give it a couple more years just to kind of, see what the true results are going to be. And before we had the last road needs study was a 6-year study on paper. The road assessment was done, it had a ranking of 1 through 10. So now we're ranking everything through PCI. we're doing our entire network every 2 years. So we're getting better data. And exactly what Neil had said is we are using a predictive degradation curves now. So it's actually modeling more of what our road network is doing as opposed to the out of the box curves. So we're getting better data. It's just going to take, a bit of time to get that data to run through the system.
Well, thank you for that, Robin. So basically, when we come to budget, it should be just a slam dunk for you this year, right? Okay. Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Rusba and Neil. I really appreciate you taking the time to do this presentation to us today. And hopefully it will be easier on Rob and easier on us as the politicians when we go forward with our budget when it comes to the Public Works Department, at least that section of it. So thank you so much, gentlemen. I do have a resolution to receive the presentation. So if I could have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Clark and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole acknowledges receipt of the presentation on decision optimization technology software from representatives of the Infrastructure Solutions. All in favor? And that carries. Yep. Not that you're voting, but anyway, it did carry. Man. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So we'll just give a minute here as we move into our next delegation. Good morning, Ian. You just need to unmute yourself, I believe. You're on screen. And you'll just need to unmute at your end. Yes.
Good morning, Roberts and Council. My name is Ian Dahl. Forgive me for not having my coat on. I can put it on if you like, but I thought it was sort of a half step for being proper. I have sent a lot of materials regarding the license we're looking for. I'm quite sure I've been watching with great interest, and everyone on this council has had a chance to look at it. It's familiar with it. I'm not going to repeat myself. I always find that a useless exercise. What I'd like to address, though, is the issues that have been arisen from the last time this matter was before council. One of the thoughts, so it was an environmental impact, as I understand it. Exclusive use, or in other words, prioritizing and stopping other people using it, and the taxation. Perhaps the easiest one, at least from my perspective, would be to deal with taxation. I actually have the benefit of being the chair of the review of a couple of taxation for different First Nations boards, so I'm familiar with how the taxation works, and these people are not getting taxed on having waterfront property because they don't have waterfront property. The license should, with the greatest respect, reflect some income for the town or for the township to reflect that. And while I suppose if you were a person that didn't have any access whatsoever, you would think they should pay more tax. I believe it's a zero net gain, if you would, for the town. With regard to preventing other people using the area, there's no suggestion that there would be any exclusion of people from the area. My understanding is from the documentation, what's been provided, that there's approximately 240 feet of public shoreline in the area we're talking about. And this is a docking. These 4 docks have been in there in the past. There was a license in the past. It's consistent with your proposition 32, for policy 32. And all we're asking is a reconsideration based on an opportunity for council and you, Mayor Roberts, to ask further questions and go from there. With regard to the environmental impact, I'm not sure it was stressed highly enough that these are floating docks, so they're not a permanent structure. They don't impact in a large way, any fish habitat or anything of that nature that we'd all be looking at or natural vegetation. They are anchored. It's a minimal intrusion into the lake bed, and it's a ramp from shore. So again, no permanent fixture. These matters are removed every year, and they have the most minimal environmental impact that I can think of any docks that would be put in place. I have provided application, our original application from, I believe it was 2018, yes, May 14th, 2018, which is tab 2 in the materials provided. Number 3, a comparable application, and number 4, I'm not suggesting that one size fits all. And I'm not suggesting that because you agreed to other docks for licenses that ours should be given the same automatic stamp. What I am asking is for council to look at the further materials I provided. Perhaps I've, in my statements, have made some comment that wasn't clear to council in the past, or wasn't available to council in the past, because that was a very interesting presentation earlier. I can see you're all very diligent, and I was having to think that that whole process of malleable prioritization of what you do with things is quite interesting. It might even be good in my business. So I want to make it clear. You have people come before you, they read off their notes, they make their presentation. But really what I'm looking for, subject to the council and the mayor, of course, is a dialogue where if there are any questions that need to be answered or could further give better communication, and that was the theme of last presentation, but better communication, better understanding, I'm here for it because we would ask the council revisit our application and reinstate the license we had from 2018 for further 5 years, subject to whatever conditions you wanted to put on it. I'm not here with a list of things that we won't do. I'm here to tell you that my instructions are, we will do whatever council asks us to make this an agreeable proposition. Subject to any questions you might have, Madam Mayor. Again, I want dialogue. I don't want to make a presentation. I know everyone's read the materials, subject to much more to ask.
Oh, okay, thank you, Ian, for that. And so we can have some further conversation, but Jeff, if you don't mind turning it over to you, first, Ian just referenced, or Mr. Donald referenced the license of occupation that was till 2018.
Yeah, we have no record of an existing license of occupation application for these docks. So I'm not sure what Mr. Donald is referring to. In your comments, Mr. Donald, you also referenced a section of policy number 32 that these docks complied with, and I was hoping you could repeat that because I apologize, I did not hear it.
Well, your policy number 32 talks about unopened road allowances and what you can do and not do. And I believe that is the traction you have for issuing these licenses. My understanding is that there was a license issued, and the property we're talking, perhaps you can help me. What is the exact property address so that I don't have to look at my file?
Through you, Mayor, if I may.
Please.
There is no specific property. So this is an original road allowance that leads to water. So it's not a specific property.
Okay.
And as per policy 32, docks on road allowances that lead to water are not encouraged. But yeah, just to clarify, there is no existing license of occupation. They submitted a request to council, and I believe that was July 2020. And council agreed to consider a license for 1 year. However, when council passed the second resolution to enforce the docks, sorry, I think the original one was September 2020. It was July 2021 where council passed a resolution to enforce the docks. And that was 10 months after council's initial resolution. And at that point, staff had still not received an application for a license of occupation. We had continued dialogue back and forth with one of the applicants, and we had received some submissions, but nothing complete and nothing from the applicant.
Well, hopefully that's why I'm here this morning. If there is a breakdown in communication, and communication is key, and if there are things that are missing, which will allow council to reconsider this, I will not waste the committee of the whole time this morning. If you tell me there's something missing, because that's not my information, what's been provided to me, I will see that the council gets it in proper timing, a proper application is made, and it can be reconsidered with all the information before council. I am certainly not suggesting nor asking you to make any decision or redecision or revisit anything in the lack of information. The materials I provided are the materials that have been provided to me. My understanding is on May the 14th, with regard to lot 32, concession 3 and 4, blocks GH and plan 541, which is the property adjoining this, that there had been an application made. If I'm mistaken or have been misinformed, I do apologize. I want, and my belief in coming to these meetings is a decision made, regardless of what the decision is, and I'm old enough to realize that sometimes the answer is no, even if you don't like it, but a decision made in full knowledge after consultation.
If you have any documentation, because we do not, that there was a previous license of occupation, that's a critical piece missing there as far as I'm concerned. We do not have that.
My understanding of what I provided to you under tab 2 of materials, and I'm not sure you have the same tabbing I do, but yes, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes? I'm sorry, Ian, can you repeat that?
Oh, no, I'm so used to being in charge. When Jeff raised his hand, I almost told him to speak, but I realized that's not my place. Sir, you, Madam Mayor.
That's fine. We're not super formal here. It's okay. I appreciate that. But Jeff, you have your hand up. So do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. And through you, I just want to clarify. I think I understand what Mr. Donald is referring to, and it's one of the documents on the agenda today. And it's a license of occupation for Bishop, Lavery, and Moynes that was passed by bylaw 2018-28 in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a completely separate license, a completely separate property that is in no way related to this. My understanding that was just submitted as a reference of a past decision, but that does not pertain to the subject lands that we're discussing today.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, then can you please tell me whether or not my clients have made the proper application? Because that certainly was the information that I was provided to, and perhaps there's been a breakdown of communication. And I certainly wouldn't have presented it as if it was a previous application if I didn't think it was. So that having been said, has there been a major miscommunication here? And my clients need to go back and make a proper application with a fulsome materials.
Jeff, can I turn that back to you to answer? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and through you. And again, staff have had continued dialogue with the applicants since last September 2020. And by the time the resolution was passed by council to enforce the docks, it was 10 months after council's initial resolution, and we still have not received complete applications. So essentially, by delaying the submission of the requested applications, or I should say required applications, the applicants used the docks on that road allowance for a full season without a license, at no cost to them and without insurance to protect the municipality. So I can confirm that we have not received a complete application at this point.
So, Madam Mayor, maybe I can make a suggestion that would suit us all. Number one, I would ask that the matter be tabled, if you would, if that's an appropriate in the committee of the whole. And I will see that a proper application is made, replete with proof of insurance and replete with all materials that would be necessary. And I became involved in this at the tail end, clearly. So I'm now involved at the front of the line, and I'll make sure that the materials are properly filed before you and come back. And with regard to a use of the dock for a year without paying the appropriate fees, I am not in a position to say yay or nay for my clients, but I can tell you it would be a sign of good faith for them to make good on that as if they have a license on a move forward basis. No one is trying to come ahead of the township. We're trying to legalize what's going on. And candidly, while at first blush this might not appear to have been great benefit to my clients, I think it's of the most benefit, because now I have the decision makers telling me what we're lacking. And I'll make sure that it comes forward so that a proper decision can be considered. And again, I'll stress that I realize that sometimes the answer is no, but I'd like the answer to be made in full knowledge, and clearly the full knowledge is not available to council today.
Okay, that's fair enough. And just so you know, not only it was only because we had knowledge last year of docks through a complaint process. And so, yes, they did not pay for the summer of 2021 because they did not get the request in, and the request, if it wasn't in, it couldn't possibly be granted. But those docks, I think their point is that they have historic significance and that needs to be proved, and they need to go back. You need to reread, and you can contact Jeff. Policy 32 does not encourage any items, anything on the original road allowances. So unless there's this historic significance. And so I believe that is an important factor in this
Thank
situation.
you. I do apologize. I hope I haven't wasted council's time.
No.
I believe we've actually made a huge step forward, and you can be sure that forthcoming will be a proper application. I will be recommending to my clients that they should double their application fee just to make themselves on a level playing field with the town. We are not looking to come ahead, we're looking to legalize.
Jeff, well, I'll turn to other counselors, but before Jeff, do you have anything? Yes, Councillor Smith, I'll see you. Just Jeff, do you have anything to add that Mr. Donald can be reaching out to you in regards to this request?
Yes, thank you. Yes, there's nothing preventing the applicants from submitting another application for a license of occupation. The initial direction provided from council was that the license was for the 2021 season only. So currently there's a resolution on the table that dock should be enforced prior to the end of this month, and staff recommend that be followed prior to them submitting another license of occupation.
So Jeff, I think what you're saying is when every business, every organization has their own short form. Enforce means remove for the winter. Is that correct?
Oh, to clarify, what I'm saying is, as per council's direction, I believe those docks should be removed from the road allowance and then should not be replaced on the road allowance until they have permission from council.
I understand completely. I wanted to make sure that I was using, when you said enforce in my line of work means something totally different. So thank you.
Okay. Councillor Smith, you had a question? Go ahead.
I did, thank you. Mr. Donald, I was curious, the submission to us included that license of occupation agreement for Bishop Laverty and Mains from May of 2018.
Yes, sir.
And I was bewildered as to what that had to do with this matter at hand.
I have materials provided to and I think hopefully I covered that at the very beginning. Every dock application, I understand, stands on its own. What we were hoping to show, or at least showcase, was that we weren't asking you to set a precedent that other docks have been agreed to. We're not suggesting that any of the terms that were in any of those three examples were anything other than an example that there could be a dock given the proper provisions and council's agreement. I'm not suggesting it was binding. I'm not suggesting it was terribly interesting, save and except for we wouldn't be setting precedent and allowing a dock to exist.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Donald, there is some conflict too with approving these docks. Quite a number of our lakes are at capacity, and for us to approve docks, what we're doing is adding additional traffic, additional use of the lake, which is in contravention to whatever we're trying to do with our official plan. We've recently done some amendments to our policy 32 to enable neighborhood consultation. These right-of-ways are a community asset and quite highly valued where they butt on the lake, as you have earlier identified. And we still have some challenges. We don't properly identify what the right of general public use is, what that should look like. Are we talking like, 50% of a property, or are we, talking giving somebody 2 feet of a property for public access? That still has to be defined. And also in terms of the encroachments, and how those encroachments are used are not well defined. So anything like that can help in terms of us evaluating an application. Are they putting on 2 boats in the thing? Is there a shoreline structure to attach the plank to? How many feet of available space is it using? Those kind of things are all all enable us to do a proper evaluation of the application being made. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you
Yes.
very much, Councillor Clark. All I can tell you is I was hired at the end of this process to make the delegation to council. The new application you will see, Jeff comes through my office. I will be checking with you like Santa 3 times to make sure I get the list correct. And I certainly am alive to the issues, Councillor Clark, that you're talking about. I live in a lake community. I live in Lake Simcoe, and it's the same issues because of proximity to Toronto, perhaps exemplified many times, but we're all jealously guarding the rights of people who don't have lake access to make sure that they can get to the lake and not excluded. And I believe the key to these matters is they historically have been there. They've been upgraded, historically been there. And I will certainly ensure that the very questions that everyone has asked me today are answered in our upcoming application, and will ask that the matter be tabled through you, Madam Mayor, until I get a chance to proofread the materials that have or have not been made available, and have a chance to have the further discussions with the Director of Planning.
Okay, excellent. And before we close, I just have one last comment that perhaps you can take to your client. I went there yesterday on my own to drive down the public road, Mink Road, to see the docks for myself. And there's a gate there and it says it's private property and there's video surveillance. And so I did not go past the gate. I did not see the docks, and original road allowances are not to be denied access to foot traffic. So if you could clarify with your client if who is the keeper of that gate and who's doing video surveillance there. Perhaps I was not exactly on the right location, but I tried. So if you can pass that on to your client.
Well, thank you, and thank you for taking the time to do that. Without sounding trite, I'll find out who the troll is that manages the bridge and get rid of the lock gate.
It can't if depending on where the gate is actually located, you cannot physically close off that original road allowance. Okay.
And I wasn't trying to be impertinent. Sometimes when I hear things like that, what's happening abroad, there are so many things that I am now become aware of with regard to what the township requires. And that is certainly new information. That is information that hadn't been shared with me, that there was an exclusionary nature to it, which would stand in the face of the exclusive use arguments that the community might have. So
I'm trying to be open-minded. Perhaps I was in the wrong location. So if you can just clarify that.
I'm hopeful you were, but I will search out and make the appropriate adjustments.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for attending today. Sorry, we were a little bit late, but I'm glad you listened in on our first delegation. So I do need a mover and a seconder to receipt of the delegation. And if we can go forward with that, Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Mr. Ian Donnell, legal representation for Mr. Marty Andrews, regarding the request for a license of occupation agreement for the road allowance between lots 5 and 6, concession 4 in the geographic township of Dudley, named as Mink Road. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to look to council, and with a show of hands, we could either do a break now or we could go through a few, at least fire perhaps. And then after we do fire, maybe we should take a little bit of a break. I don't know. Just looking to see where people are at, needing a coffee break or. No hands yet. So we'll keep going. So if we could bring Mike in. If that's the case, we'll only get partway through Public Works. We'll definitely have to take a break at that point. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Your report's there. Any further comments you want to add?
Not really. It's typical summer. Summers were always twice as busy, which no surprise. So that's normal. we had an enjoyable time at the Lions Club function in the park. It was great public education. The kids always love a fire truck, so we enjoyed that. The only other comment is a paragraph about emergency management. We still are continuing to meet monthly as our control group, and part of the mandate of the Emergency Measures Act is that we have a control group program committee. So as part of our meeting, we have dealt with that. As for our annual basis, we reviewed our HIRA and our all of the necessary requirements. So that's all I've got, unless there's some questions.
Well, I'll look for questions, and just to keep council informed, as Mike mentioned, we have not lifted our state of emergency. We didn't feel that it was appropriate at this time, so we still have the assessment center that we're have on municipal property. We have things going on at the arena that we wanted to be able to, if we needed to, quickly make decisions within the control group. But hopefully one day we can lift that state of emergency sooner than later. And I also see that you're doing some hiring right now, or interviewing.
Yes, thank you. I am in the process of hiring new firefighters. Applications have been accepted, and we hope to be doing interviews in the near future, and just filling in a few holes we have, and trying to keep our numbers at a steady line. And also, by hiring at this time of year, it helps with our training, which will start shortly after Christmas. So.
Well, I think it's amazing, and appreciate anybody applying for that, because it's a great thing to do, but it's a big commitment, a lot of training, but also the pagers go off when they go off, and that could be 2 a.m, and you still have to get up and go to work the next day. So thank you to all who apply. Any questions to Mike? Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Mike, further along on the agenda, we're dealing with a request from the Halbert Legion for I guess an elevator, but also as part of that, there's also their emergency shelters, which is an update. I imagine that's part of your overall strategy. We've seen what's happened out west, where they've been dealing with fires and floods, and the importance of the emergency management role that the township plays is really, has really been highlighted. So based on that, you look at the Legion as being one of your recovery centers or emergency centers?
We have a list of sites that are in one of our annexes for the emergency plan. Basically, simply for us, it's a matter of looking at the facilities that are in the area, and anything that is large enough to be suitable for an emergency shelter, and certainly the Legion is one of those possibilities. The list for us is more as a reminder, and the contact information is there that gives us the ability to reach out and ask if they are available and willing to act as a emergency shelter center.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? No, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to receive the report. If I could, anyone? Councillor Smith, and second by Councillor Wood Roberts. Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole acknowledges receipt of the Fire Department report for August 2021. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
So, councillors, you're feeling okay, or do you want to take a 10-15-minute break now before we start Public Works, or do you want to do a few things in Public Works? Which is it? Break? Put up your hand if you'd like a break. Okay, we see enough hands up, so we will take a break. Councillor Wood Roberts, you were slow to the draw. I thought you'd be asking me earlier. Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and so you can turn your computers off, or your screen, your video rather, and we'll be back within 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so we are back from our recess and we are going to head into Public Works section, which is fairly lengthy. And the first thing we have is a letter to council from a Jack James. And so I will turn it over to staff. Councillor Donaldson, if you're back at your computer, you can turn your screen on. And we're just waiting for Rob to come in. Hello there. Want to speak to this letter?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we received a letter addressed to council last month from a resident addressed off of Highway 118. It appears on the surface that there is some water issues between two private properties. They do refer to a forest road or a trespass road between the two properties that is owned by the municipality. I don't know. I can't say that it is or is not owned by the municipality. I don't have anything to show me that it is other than a statement in the agreement and acknowledgement and authorization that was attached in the package. What I do understand is that even if it was a forest road or a trespass road, we do not own the land underneath it. So what I do know about the area is it is basically two lines that goes through the parking lot of the Northern Expressions store. So there is no defined ditches. We don't grade it. We don't surface treat it. We don't plow it. It's not in our road inventory. So short of taking the stance that it is really not a municipal issue, I would recommend that we pass this on to our solicitor for comment.
Okay, Jeff, I see you on screen. Is there anything you want to comment on this? No, what you're on mute, but I don't. Okay.
No, I don't. Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so is that basically it just says to receive the letter, the resolution. So are you recommending, Rob, that we do pass this on to our solicitor? Or do we just
always take the stance that, it's not a municipal issue. If it's traveling, if the water's going over our right of way, being a trespass road, we're not collecting or conveying the water. It's coming from private property through our property onto a neighboring property. I would say it's not a municipal issue. But I'm just not so sure. This isn't the first time this area has been brought up to council. I recall it was way back when I started that there was something in the area. I don't know what it was, whether it was drainage or something else. But if we do pass it on to a solicitor, it may put the issue to bed.
So we have a choice. We can just say it's not a municipal issue and leave it at that. What does the rest of council feel after reading this letter? What Councillor Smith?
Well, in that aspect, I think that Rob's recommendation is a good one. Let's get some legal input. I was looking up, through my friend Google, what a forest road was and the implications thereof. And I'm not a lawyer, so if this has come up before, let's get a legal opinion. The other issue in the letter that I think staff should investigate is the parking at Northern Expressions. There's an implication there that there's insufficient parking at Northern Expressions because they're using their parking lot to store chair inventory, and therefore people are parking elsewhere, and it's interfering with Mr. James' enjoyment of his property. And I think that many facilities, there's a site plan agreement that requires a certain amount of parking capacity and so forth. And so if there's an issue there like that, encourage staff to also investigate that. It's not Rob's department, but it ought to be planning and bylaw. And if there's an issue, they ought to address that.
Yeah, maybe for now, we'll just deal with this one issue in terms of the water issue in this department. I think the parking issue is, it's not an issue. So I'm not sure what to say to that. So he's got that in there, but I don't, I think there's plenty of parking unless they're blocking his access. then, so he can't have access because cars are blocking his access. That's a different story. But they're entitled to use the property. There's chairs outside, there's chairs outside. It's so Mallory, I would need then this resolution to have an additional item. And then if we're going to, if we receive the letter and that we look for a legal.
And further direct staff to reach out to the municipal solicitor for advice on this matter. Is that
That's okay. So then I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole acknowledges receipt of the letter from Jack James regarding flooding issues on his property located at 13590 Highway 118. And Mallory, and further
direct staff to reach out to the municipal solicitor for advice on this matter.
Okay, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, the next thing we have is summer operations summary. And Jeff, you'll be taking us through that.
Hello, everyone. It's been a busy month since we spoke last time. We've completed a whole bunch of capital work ready for millers to start putting surfaces down, which they started yesterday. So they moved pretty quickly, and hopefully within 2 or 3 weeks, they'll be all done and gone. As I said in my summary, we've been purchasing a new cold patch, and it's working extremely well. The chronic potholes have disappeared, and if we are filling potholes or new ones, they're not the ones we've already filled, which is great news. The brushing's moving along as well. They're coming back from McKinney's. They finished up there, and they're doing some smaller roads on their way back to Haliburton, where they'll be finished up for the year. And the winter sand's ready to be moved back to the yard, which we're going to start next week.
Okay, so any questions to Jeff on the summer maintenance? Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yep, thank you. And so the question, I wanted to acknowledge or thank Jeff and his team for the great work they've done on Pine Point Road. It was an area there that's been a long-standing source of complaint, and I'd say none of us know at this point how long it'll last, but they've put in a good what looks like a good solution, and hopefully will eliminate the need to kind of be out there every 6 weeks repairing, as I said, a long-standing issue. So well done there, Jeff. Thanks. Madam Mayor, you also received a copy of an email from residents on Cypress Road. This is a road that we talked about a month ago that the municipality, Rob, recognized they have a responsibility for, and I guess we'll receive that letter officially at the October Committee of the Whole meeting. But I had forwarded it to Rob. There's been an unfortunate situation with that, where some residents were unable to get in or out as a result of a deep rut in the road. Again, Jeff and his team were responsive. They were there. Went in Monday morning after this problem on Sunday night, and went in Monday morning at 8:30, and the repairs had already been completed. So, responsive. But I'd encourage Robin or Jeff to look. I was in again on this Sunday, and there's already another rut starting to form. And so I don't know if there's something we can do with the installation of a culvert or whatever, but we'll be receiving a letter, and council will figure out how to address it. But there's a heads up. Maybe we can address it one way or another.
Yeah, Jeff, go ahead to comment.
I'm waiting on a quote to do some blasting work up there. We have to get rid of the bedrock that's there. That's why that rut keeps coming back. The water just has to go down the roadway and it crosses the rut. So hopefully, and then early fall, we'll get that done.
Okay, Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, I've also ordered a property retracement up there for those additional roads that we're taking on. And depending on where the property line is, we might not be able to do a whole lot of blasting. So we just
Okay.
gotta take it one step at a time.
Okay. Well, in terms of this report and the summer operations, I have to say you guys have been really busy, and we know that we experienced washouts. I referenced them like back in July and again in August. And hopefully September will be a little bit kinder to us in the torrential rains. But, you know, we are getting compliments, and I think that's really important to pass those back on to the roads crew and let them know it is appreciated when people respond in such a timely manner to particularly the things that, you know, happen, sort of emergency type situations. Okay, so if nothing else on this, oh, go ahead, Councillor Smith.
One other topic could be covered here in Public Works, but Jeff's mentioned it in his report and mentioned in his verbal comments also, and that's brushing. Brushing must be the most controversial topic that you hear about as a councillor. We're either not doing enough of it, or why do you do any brushing at all on my road? And you know, and Jeff has spent time trying to educate me, and I know that's a challenge. But I'm wondering if we could do, as a municipality, do a better job of communicating to the public about the nature of brushing. You know, as Jeff mentioned, there's a lot of work that was done on Wilkinson Road this year, kind of in 2 phases. And some people on the road really appreciate that, and others, you know, complain vociferously about it because it's, in their mind, has damaged vegetation and destroyed the natural appearance and so forth. Another road that was just done is Coleman Lake Road, and I had some very emotional emails with respect to Coleman Lake Road. It probably hadn't been brushed maybe ever in the past, and certainly not in years. Unfortunately, Coleman Lake Road runs right along the lake for a stretch. So there's a 10 feet or less of buffer between the road and the lake, and all of the vegetation that was cut down. And there are a couple of pine trees, majestic pine trees, that are on the municipal road allowance that had all of the branches broken off, going 15 or 20 feet into the air. All the branches were essentially broken off, and there they stand as jagged edges now. I don't know if we can fix, you know, the tree in terms of having it trimmed up, but it seems to me that we could help ourselves here in terms of public perception if we even had some information on our website that we could periodically link to in social media that explains to people why brushing is done, and even in cases like Coleman Lake Road, why it's important that we complete that brushing so that you know, the road can be safe not only for motorists but for pedestrians and cyclists, but also that it's critical or essential in terms of winter maintenance. If we don't get that work done, Jeff tells me, and he's got a lot of credibility with in that respect, that we're not going to be able to maintain the road or keep the ice off during the winter. And if it's correct, and you know, as I've looked around, other communities are using the same technique to clear the sides of their road. Even the provincial government, the MTO, used it, this technology along 118 a couple of summers ago. So, so I put that forward as a suggestion. If others on council support it, maybe staff, you know, it's the sort of thing, if you spend an hour putting this story together, it'll be there forever. And it would, as I said, I've only been a councillor for 3 years, but all 3 summers, I get quite emotional complaints about why we've damaged, you know, vegetation and so forth. And so I think it would be, you know, from a public relations perspective, a worthwhile endeavor.
Okay. I mean, you certainly seem to answer it best. You just sort of almost answered it yourself of why brushing is important. You just said it. So I think, you know, when we are, if you're getting a complaint about mechanical brushing, you actually just answered it very well yourself, Councillor Smith. I was driving up in Johnson Bay and Percy Lake Road area this earlier this summer, when they were doing some brushing up there, and it was actively taking place that day. And yeah, it does look like a little bit of a tornado went through, and then you drive up like a month later, and it's, you can't even tell that it was done. It's a necessary part of road maintenance and maintaining our network. I don't know what more we could ask our staff to come back and say. So I don't know, Rob or Jeff, if you want to comment on why we need to reiterate why brushing is important. Go ahead, Rob.
I mean, first and foremost, it's brushing is in our level of service that was passed or renewed a year and a half ago. So basically on a road like Coleman Lake Road, as soon as the brush is within 4 meters of center line, we have either 2 or 3 years to deal with that. We deal with that with mechanical brushing. It's quick, it's relatively cheap, compared to hand crews. Yeah, it can get messy. Absolutely. It's a spinning blade on a grader going up and down a road. But what we've dealt with in the past is people ask why we go so wide. And I questioned that once upon a time as well. And the contractor told me if we don't go wide enough, the brush outside of that will just fall in anyways, and you're back to square one. So you have to go out a certain width just to make sure that you keep that clear zone maintained. The idea is once we get through these more heavily treed areas, it won't be nearly as destructive moving forward, because if we make it around in 7-year cycles, the brush isn't going to be that thick. You don't need to prune the larger trees necessarily because you've already done that. The branches aren't going to grow out another 50 feet. So, it's one of those necessary evils. It's not unlike us filling driveways full of snow every time you go by with a snowplow. We're providing the service, and that's just a consequence of it.
Yeah, I think we just, we all know the answer. So I think getting another report back from staff, we've just heard from it. I don't know the benefit of that. And I think that's part of it. I know there was even some controversy a few years ago on the rail trail when there was mechanical brushing as opposed to some, what's called, individual or manual. And because it did look like everything was just whoosh, cut down with a swath. But if you want to maintain your rail trail, we have the same level of standard there, even if it's for ATVs and people walking and cycling. Mechanical brushing is the way to go. Rob?
Yeah, and we're not the only ones receiving complaints. I've polled some of my cohorts, and many of them are getting the same. I don't know if it's the same volume, but 1 or 2 have more than usual complaints, and the other ones are just kind of the same. So. Yeah.
So anyway, maybe just to keep our day moving along, Councillor Smith, we do have lots in Public Works, lots on the agenda. Is there?
What about the 2 majestic pine trees that have broken limbs, if you like, hanging off them now? Is that something that we can deal with?
Sure, we could deal with anything. If we want to go and follow up behind these mechanical brushers with bucket trucks and arborists, then it's something we got to put in the budget.
I think for the sake of moving along, we do have a letter coming later. Why don't we see if we can move this report forward, and I'll look for a mover and a seconder if I could. Councillor Clark, and seconded by? Anyone want a second? Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole receive the summer operations report as information. All in favor? Okay, carries. Thank you. And then the Public Works status update, Rob?
Yeah, so I wish the list was a little longer on the road resurfacing, the capital road work. Unfortunately, it's not. They are in the area right now. They started yesterday. So Halliburton Lake Road has been completed. They're on Dunn Road today, and they're going to carry on, come back into town afterwards. Looking out the window, I don't imagine they'll be working much longer today. Hopefully they're back on the road tomorrow. Councillor Smith, through you or for you, Nyla Road, I have been in contact with Miller. I've had some conversations back and forth. They are coming up on Friday to go look at it with me. So I'll have something for you a little further next week.
Excellent. Councillor Smith, go ahead on that one.
That's great, Rob. And maybe when you're that close, you could also have them drive down Marigold Road, because I think they did it at the same time. And I went out there on Sunday, and it's as bad or worse than that. So probably the same operator on the same day, would be my sense. And it's, as I said, it's just right up the road there. So when you come this far.
Yep.
But for other councillors, it's the case that new hard surface is put down, and it's still extremely rough, to say the least.
Yes, I've driven Nyla Road. I also had complaints on there, but I knew that you're looking at it, so that's good. Anything else in the status report? Councillor Smith?
So there's a mention of some of the roads. Do we have a sense of when they're going to get up to Redkin and Harrier, which were other roads that were on our list for this summer for Miller to the new hard surface on?
No, once I know, I can certainly pass that on. But I know the priority is to get these roads in town done first. There's two right in the center of town, and then Mountain Street is quite hurtful from a maintenance perspective. So they want to get that covered in as well. From there, I can let you know where they're heading next.
Thank you. Another unrelated to the hard surface, but on that report, Rob, at the end of it, you've got a comment there in terms of the status of your community safety zone. It says that the Dysart is to prepare some documents. Is there a timeline for that?
I'd love to say yes. I have been going through I think it's a 9-page policy that the ministry has passed down to me. It's kind of something I'm fumbling my way through. It's much more complicated than I had thought or I had hoped. I tried to simplify it a little bit, and that avenue did not work. So it's going to be time consuming. It really will be. There's a lot of justification required for it.
Okay. Yeah, no, not easy. And as back to Redkin and the other road up your way, I recall what we had said is if there was time, etc. So, hopefully this is still only mid-September. There will be time this year. So that's why they're doing it in that order. That was sort of done at the end if it was possible. So fingers crossed. And Rob, you can always send an email anytime if you hear that Miller is able to go up there, and Councillor Smith can pass that on.
Yeah, I think after tomorrow, I looked at the short-term forecast and the weather looks absolutely excellent. And there was talk of them working through the weekend. So
yes, yep, that's great. Okay, so
just to be clear, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
There were roads up here that were part of the original schedule. I understand Redkin wasn't, but Winkler and Boomerang were, and they were taken out, and Harrier was put in the place of ones that were in the original scope. So they shouldn't be looking at Harrier as an add-on that we'll get to if we get to it. Thank you.
True. Sorry, it was Redkin. Weather has a big factor, and so it's looking very hopeful at this point. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to receive this report. Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole receive and acknowledge this report regarding public works status updates as information. All in favor? Okay, carried. Next is a winter maintenance agreement. Do we do this once a year? Like we couldn't have it for longer?
Yeah, we could. But in all honesty, it's a cookie cutter year to year, and it just gives us an opportunity to adjust pricing if need be. We don't do a lot of pricing adjustments. There is a small increase this year from the county side, but our costs are the same.
Okay. So if there's no questions, I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole accepts the draft bylaw to authorize the execution of a winter maintenance services agreement with the County of Haliburton as written, and further recommends that the bylaw be brought to the September 28, 2021 council meeting for approval. All in favor? Carried. Moving right along is the sign radar or speed radar program update. Have another month in there. Did you want to comment on that,
Yeah,
Rob?
sorry, I just lost it on my screen there.
Yeah.
No real comment except that the vehicle counts are much lower in August. But I did clarify with council that we didn't get the signs up nearly as much in August just because of the washouts and staff availability. But the September numbers will have, some higher traffic counts.
Okay. And this is a year over year thing too. So we're going to have this, and then next spring we'll roll with them again, and we'll start to get some, probably better statistics than just in 1 year, don't you think?
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what the daily counts are next year, depending on the status of COVID too. It's a good indicator of just how busy it really is up here the last year and a half.
Exactly. Okay, so a mover and a seconder to receive. Councillor Smith, are you moving or question?
I have a question, and I'm happy to move receipt of the report, but question first. This report shows that 15% of the traffic head eastbound on Green Lake Road is traveling over 51 kilometers per hour. That road is posted at 40 kilometers per hour. And Green Lake Road, I also would note, Councillor McKechnie's not here, but Sir Sam's Road, 15% of the traffic on that road is traveling at 60 kilometers an hour or faster on a road that's posted 50. Green Lake Road is probably the source of more complaints from residents, property owners along there about speed than any other road that I'm aware of in the community. I wonder if council might direct staff to forward this information to the OPP, the service we pay $1 million a year for, making them aware of the fact that, as I said, on Green Lake Road, 15% of the traffic is traveling 11 kilometers or more over the speed limit. And in that eastbound, those are people that have come off the highway and are looking at it as a short to get wherever they're going. And given that we've collected this information, published it to our residents here as part of this meeting, could we share it with the OPP and encourage them to put the odd speed patrol out there to see if that can contribute to slowing down traffic?
I don't see why not. Hopefully they will, they can just receive it if we forward that along to them. The other thing I noticed, Algonquin Highlands are putting up signs at the North Shore Road and 35, and I'm not sure where else, but they are putting up signs to say, I don't know, to the effect of no, not a truck route or something like that. I don't think you can not permit heavy truck because it's not a half load thing. It's letting you know that this is not the truck route because GPS takes you through North Shore Road. It is the shorter way than dropping down on 35 to 118 and using 118, using the proper highway system. So I don't know if also, Rob, you could connect with Algonquin Highlands where they are putting up signs and what those signs say. Tamara, did you want to speak to something?
Yeah, and I think part of their issue there is that the trucks get in there and they can't make the right-hand turn at St. Peter's, so it's a logistical from that end as well. But that's probably where a lot of your traffic that comes up Green Lake Road generates from that same route. So.
It's just worth finding out what Algonquin Highlands is doing. Councillor Smith and then Councillor Clark.
Yeah, Green Lake Road has that problem. GPS system in my truck always tells me I should take that route. But if you drive it once or twice, you realize that it's actually slower if you obey the speed limit than using 118. Somehow we can't change the GPS system. But as I said, to make the OPP aware of the degree to which speeding is occurring on this road, maybe they'll patrol it. I mean, not an unawareness point of view, there are, our signs, the 40 kilometer an hour signs posted there. And I'm going to say a dozen properties along that stretch of road that have, put up private signs encouraging people to slow down, warning of children playing in the area and all that. And it's still, by our own stats, 15% of the people are going more than 11 kilometers per hour over the speed limit. on a speed limit of 40, that's a lot.
Councillor Clark was next, Tamara, unless you
Yeah.
can
Yeah,
wait for a sec.
Yeah, just want to thank Rob, because in spite of these outliers that are speeding, the program does work well to make people aware of the speed they're traveling on these roads. And I think we are getting a very positive, impact with people being more aware. So it is good in spite of the fact that we are seeing some outliers that do need to kind of be reined in at somehow or somewhere. But the program's good, Rob. Thank you for doing that.
Good point, Tamara.
I was just going to say, we can certainly share information with the OPP, but I can assure you from past experience with this road that they're probably just as aware as we are through the complaints. They get them as well. And they do go out when they have the necessary staff to do that. But like us, they have a bunch of priorities to focus on.
But it doesn't hurt for them to have the statistic. That's all. I agree with that. So if that can be forwarded on. Okay, so moving to seconder. Oh, we have moved by Councillor Smith, so I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole receive and acknowledge this report regarding the 2021 speed radar program as information. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Rob, one last question on that, even though we carried that. Were we planning on continuing that throughout the winter? Is that a... No. So those things come down, and so do we take it to like the end of October? Or
I'll
earlier?
take it as long as I can. So once you start plowing, it's there is some plastic on the signs as well, and I just don't know how they'll withstand the -20s and -30s.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. It was just a sort of 6-month thing. Just checking. Okay, so moving on to the next item, which is a snow plow request on Camp Tohey Road. I'll let you speak to that again.
Yeah, so this is a follow-up from last year. We had a request late last year to extend the snow plowing an additional 400 meters into Camp Tohey Road. Because it was so late in the year, I had asked and council agreed to defer it until this season. So when I went and took a look at it, it's so this would service all of the houses in there. The only thing beyond that last address, that 1155, is Camp Tohey itself, which is not used in the winter. So where it gets a little tricky is it wouldn't meet our standard now to assume as a road or to take on for snow plowing. The other problem is we're already plowing half of it, which doesn't meet the standard to begin with. So I'm just a little leery that if we accept this, that we could be setting the bar a little lower, quite honestly, for future requests. The HCSA in 2015 had a grant to brush the entire road to keep them off the road because there was some conflict in there in years past. We all know what brush does every year. It grows and it grows and it grows. And you can tell by one of the pictures that it has grown back into the edge of the road. That's not unique to Camp Tohey Road. We have it on Universal. We have it on Provost, which is plowed privately, but it's also an HCSA groomed trail. So I just want council to be very clear that if we take this road on for winter maintenance, which really wouldn't add any time to the truck route itself, the truck's already there. The only additional time would be the time to go an additional 400 meters, turn around and come back. There would be a bit of a capital cost for about $1,500 to do a proper snowplow turnaround on an original road allowance, which isn't the big deal. I'm just worried about setting the precedent moving forward. I just want council to be very clear on that.
Okay. So you're not really giving us a clear direction of a decision to grant or deny.
No, sorry, Madam Mayor, but up front, it doesn't meet our service, our standard for a snowplow road. The minimum maintenance standards tell us that we have to maintain at least a 5-meter surface to start with, which this doesn't even meet 5 meters. But you could also argue that if there's not 5 meters there, as long as you had it pushed out as wide as you can, you're doing everything reasonable. But again, say we're already in there. Is the extra 400 meters going to hurt? Probably not. But what about the next road that makes the same request?
Yeah, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, we've got a lot of roads that would automatically take this as a sign that they should have consideration as well. I would imagine this, I'm not too sure what the zoning is, if that's seasonal at this point in time, Rob, but I don't know that we're in a position to open those gates or those floodgates. you know, it'd be nice to be able to do this for everybody, but they must have an existing private contractor. And
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is maintained in the winter. We just don't do it. They are eligible for snowplow grants, which isn't a lot of money, but it is money, you know, from the municipality towards winter maintenance. And I'm sorry, I thought it was in that report. I maybe forgot to put it in. It is limited service zoning in there.
No, it is in that first paragraph under background information, and the municipality has provided a snowplow grant of $205 to assist with the private plowing of the road. How do we calculate the snowplow grant? Is that a tricky question? I didn't mean it
Yes,
to
it
be.
is. Actually, it depends what form they use. There's a spelling error. It's based on the number of residences, which is meant to be dwellings. But there was an error in one of the earlier forms, and people were applying per person that lived in a house. But in the grand scheme, it's not a lot of money for these snowplow grants. But by us providing money, there's also some liability there.
Okay, so we need to make a decision of whether we're going to grant or deny, and I will look to councillors to see what their support is. So Councillor Smith, you go first.
Well, just a question with regard to the additional complexity of introduced in this situation, Rob, is the use of the roadway by the Snowmobile Association. And so if we're denying this request because of the the limited service aspect of the criteria, you can come to one answer. If it's to protect the road for use by the snowmobilers, that introduces a different element and a different risk, if you like, in terms of other roads. So are you recommending this because we want to maintain limited service standard, or because we're doing something for the Snowmobile Association?
Well, it's funny because when I went through the previous report for the HCSA brushing, and it was just something that was overlooked. Yes, the municipality allowed them to brush the road right of way. There was no obligation to maintain it after the fact. So it was kind of a one and done. So, that would fall back onto us ultimately. If we wanted to keep that brush back so they could groom the trail off the road, that would be an additional cost. If the brush grows back in, they're just going to run the road anyways. That's just the way it's going to be. It's been that way, certainly since 2015, probably in the last 3 years, the brush has gotten a lot thicker. There's always going to be the conflict of snow machines and vehicles on that road, but say it's not unique. We do have that in other locations. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying it's there.
And any further comment, Councillor Smith? Or I'm
prepared to support the denial of the request based on the service standard, but I don't want the snowmobile situation to be a driving factor in this. Frankly, I don't think we should, encourage snowmobiles. And I thought that agreement, when I looked at it with the association, that they would be responsible for brushing on an ongoing basis so that they could stay off our roadway. We have that problem out in West Shore where the snowmobiles that are heading up to Dorset, are destroying the hard surface at the far end of the road. We're doing some brushing. I think, frankly, the Snowmobile Association should be paying for it.
Yeah,
so there's
sorry, Madam Mayor. It's not unlike if council recalls Universal Road a few years ago. Exact same situation. It was a trail on the HCSA map. They groomed it. We don't have any residents or dwellings in Dysart on that road, but Highlands East has quite a few at the far end, and they decided to plow that in the winter season. Thankfully there were no incidents. People were used to seeing a groomer, and now they're seeing snowplows. Just as long as the HCSA is aware that it is a maintained road and they're not trying to groom the snow back in, which I've seen before too. Generally, we don't have a whole lot of issue because the traffic volumes are so low. It's just risk management, quite honestly. There's probably a better way to do it, but how we get there, I'm not sure.
Okay, so Councillor Smith, you would move to deny the request for the for snow plowing. Is there a seconder for that then? Councillor Clark, did you want to speak to
Yeah.
that or?
Yeah, I also believe we need to deny it, and it's more than, just a precedent. The provincial planning policy, promotes that we have to have settlement within settlement areas, and we shouldn't be encouraging, all kinds of housing out in the outlying areas unless people are willing to step up and pay for those privileges. So I don't think we can, I don't think we can support paying for this. They've got to be dealt with, through our proper planning and zoning process.
Okay,
And-
Councillor Smith, can I put you as the mover and Councillor Clark as a seconder and circle deny, and we'll take a vote, okay? Yep, double checking. So I have moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Clark, be it resolved that the committee receive and acknowledge this report pertaining to a snowplow request on Camp Tohi Road as information, and that the committee recommend that council deny the request for extending the limits of snowplowing on Camp Tohi Road a distance of approximately 400 meters from the existing municipal turnaround at 1083 Camp Tohi Road to 1155 Camp Tohi Road. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. Next, we're going to bring in John. Oh, he's already there. Somebody's ahead of me, and we're going to start on the waste composition study.
Good morning, everyone.
Our garbage.
So this report is about conducting a waste composition study. We're recommending that we proceed with one in fall of this year, funded through the Municipal Modernization Fund. The waste composition study, also called a waste audit, is the process to help us understand what types of materials are appearing inside the garbage and recycling. And this data helps us understand what kind of waste diversion programs we can implement to increase the waste diversion in our community. During a waste composition study, consultants would gather garbage and recycling from approximately 100 homes dropped off at the Haliburton landfill. The consultants then sort all of that material into approximately 90 different categories. And that's to help us understand what's appearing in garbage, recycling, how much of that is food waste, for example. It's estimated that each waste composition study will cost approximately $10,000 to $15,000. There's sufficient budget in the Municipal Modernization Fund to conduct an audit or composition study this fall. And then we're also recommending that in the 2022 budget money be put aside so we can conduct additional waste audits as people's waste generation habits change throughout the year depending on the season. And the waste composition study is a recommendation from the county's climate change mitigation plan for Dysart.
Okay, so that's everything that you wanted to say. I will open, if I could, with a question and then turn it over to other counselors. How did they choose the 100 homes? And is it just one time to the landfill? Is it just, yeah, because some weeks I go to the landfill. Well, actually, my husband goes to the landfill or the waste disposal site. So he may go once a week because we know we're going away for 5 days and we don't want to leave garbage in our garage. Another time we don't go for 3 weeks. So how do you pick the 100 households? How does that work?
Yeah, so typically it's just based on 100 houses, like the first 100 houses to drop off material. Everything is kept private, so we're not trying to associate waste to a specific house. We're just trying to come up with averages. The consultants typically may recommend that you do it over a 2-week period, so you do it twice just to average out the amount of waste and to kind of average the results. But again, it's very confidential. And because you're looking for averages, which is why you're doing 100 homes, because there are instances where someone will have maybe 2 weeks worth of garbage and someone only has a week's worth. So you're trying to find the average there.
So when a car pulls into the Haliburton waste disposal site, someone would approach them and say, we're going to audit your garbage. Don't relax, don't worry. But we're like, is that what happens?
Yeah, so
they watch them do all the recycling and they watch how much,
Yeah, so the way the process typically works is the resident would drop off their materials as normal. They would not be aware that the audit is happening. And then at the end, once they've got 100 homes worth of material, they would take that material away and do the sort. and the weighing, because the sort is kind of gross, honestly, and it is a bit labor intensive. They typically like to do that in an enclosed space where they can have their scales out and have different bins to capture all the materials. The reason we don't, we'd like to keep it very anonymous even for the residents, is because sometimes when people know that their waste is going to be weighed or sorted, then they change their behaviors in anticipation of that. So we like to try to do it as kind of inconspicuously as possible when we do a waste audit.
Okay, so I've let off a couple questions. Councillor Smith, you're next.
Thank you. Just the first one is kind of follow up on that. John, you keep referring to 100 homes. It seems to me that the way this is done, it's actually 100 vehicles from homes. In other words, you confirm that they're residential users as opposed to a business dropping off waste. But it's not by home. You don't know which home they came from. It's just, oh, that came from that white pickup truck and that came from that car.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
That's very fair for sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, you know, in the mayor's case, you know, it's just a random. So if Steve shows up one day and he has to be selected, it's his vehicle. They don't know whose home it came from.
No.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I mean, I like the idea here in terms of better understanding, you know, but then when I took 15,000 because that's the estimate range with HT, multiplied it by 4, I think, oh, that's a lot of money. And I wondered why we're doing recycling, because with the full producer responsibility coming in place, you know, basically by the time we get this audit completed across 4 seasons, you know, recycling will be somebody else's problem. And therefore, how do our municipal taxpayers benefit from us having completed an audit? Whereas on the garbage fund, we're going to continue to have to deal with that. And, you know, the value of earnings, for example, how much of that is organic waste that might be directed elsewhere, you know, that would be valuable. But as I said, recycling is going to become the producer's responsibility, and they need to manage that, not us.
Yes. The challenges in the recycling, we don't actually know what our contamination rates are, right? In terms of our residents putting the right things in our containers recycling and our papers recycling. This will give us the percentage of any contamination and help us understand what promotion education techniques we need to use to help get the materials into the correct bins. When the producers take over the program, their threshold for contamination is most likely going to be considerably lower than ours. And so we will need to have all the best information available as to what contamination rates we typically are experiencing. If it's 10% and the producers say you have to have 2% or you face a fine, we need to know how we could get to that 2%. What materials do we need to focus on to get residents sorting more? And it may be the producers doing that work, but they will still need to know this kind of information.
But they ought to be paying for it. I mean, you know, you don't know right now, based on the information shared with council, whether the producers are actually even going to use our landfill sites as recycling centers. They could, in theory, you know, I doubt they would up here, but they could, in theory, set up their own centers. And you know, we'll say, good for you. God bless you. I don't know why you do that, but in theory, they have that legal right. And so, given that, I'd say if they want an analysis done, you know, you show up with your check, and instead of us spending $60,000, we can just analyze the garbage from 100 homes or 100 vehicles and reduce the cost here quite a bit.
Yes. We are exploring whether there is funding available to continue these waste audits in the 2022 year. That funding is based on the blue box being sorted. They don't actually care about the garbage being sorted. The producers care about the blue box material being sorted and audited. So we need to do both to have a better understanding of the system that we currently provide and how we can manage that system. If council chooses Dysart to be a service provider to the producers, there will be obligations that we are running a system that reduces contamination to meet the needs of the producers.
So one thing, if I could, John, just ask you, in the very last little bit, you've got that there have been some preliminary discussions with the other 3 townships in the county about sharing costs of future waste composition studies. Is there any benefit of not doing this right now and waiting to see if there is a shared costs and sort of just waiting till those conversations and discussions are farther along?
Some of the preliminary discussions really is that since we want to do a 4 season and there's 4 of us, do each of us do 1 season? And so since we have funding available currently in the modernization fund to use that towards our portion of that, obviously there's funding available from the Continuous Improvement Fund and Stewardship Ontario to assist with some waste audits in 2022. That would reduce our costs as well in the future. We have money available to us now, so if we could do one this fall, it would at least get the ball started and give us and the other municipalities a baseline as to what data we anticipate. None of us really know any of this information about what's in our garbage or recycling.
Okay, just thought I'd throw that out there and see if there was any collaboration. Like you said, if Dysart goes first and we spend, say, upset of the 15,000, and then we're sharing that information with the other municipalities, but we don't have any agreement in place yet to, Councillor Clark, and then we'll.
Yeah, I think this is important, and the 10 to 15,000 is just peanuts compared to the overall cost of the waste management program. We need to know what's there so that, number one, as John identified, there's opportunities there to educate our community as to, what is acceptable garbage, what can they do to reduce garbage, which is quite important. But we also need to know what services we're going to be purchasing, what is important for recycle versus the other. There's huge dollars, and it's going to get more expensive as we go forward, and there's more environmental controls and issues around landfill management. So information is power, and we need to know what kind of services we need to purchase and what the trends are so that we can properly size or structure our waste management programs going forward. I think that's responsible of us to do it that way. Thank you.
Okay, and as you pointed out, it is, and John pointed out, it is from the modernization fund. That is money that is not our municipal taxpayers' property tax money. That's money that came to us from the provincial government to be more efficient. And so is there support to move this forward, Councillor Smith?
Well, I'll move that we proceed with a waste audit for our garbage stream. And that's it. And I'd point out that the modernization money is available for us. It's been given to us. It's in our bank account right now. It could be spent on a variety of things. It doesn't have to be spent on this. There's other opportunities, other requirements, other needs that council could say, let's spend it on that instead. And I'm not sold on the value. And as I said, the producers may end up setting up their own recycling centers here. We may decline to get into an agreement with them to take their recycling because their contamination standards are too high, or they're not prepared to write a big enough check to us, whatever. So let's wait and see where that whole program goes, and let somebody else show up with a checkbook to fund an analysis of that. But let's understand the garbage. We're going to be responsible for that for certain, and I'd also say that will help from the organic materials point of view, which I think is critically important with change.
Absolutely. Okay, Mallory, you want to add to this?
I had a question for John Watson. When they do waste audit, are you getting a full picture of what our residents are doing with waste if you take out a stream?
You are not, because you're only looking at a portion of the material that a household would dispose of in a given time period. For example, we wouldn't know what garbage is appearing in the blue box. So we don't have a full accurate a data set essentially.
So the only thing I would caution council is spending that much money on not having full data. And I know what you're saying, Counselor Smith, and I understand that, but most waste audits are done with everything that everyone throws out. Just to get a full picture of what's coming into your landfill through your gate.
So Councillor Smith, I wrote your name there, so maybe that's, the resolution was included in our package. So it does say to proceed with a waste composition study. Do you want to move the resolution that was included in our package? And if not, I'll look for someone else or.
I was moving one that had the garbage stream only.
Okay, so I misinterpreted that. So just while we have this resolution that was included in our package, Councillor Wood Roberts, I'll look to you and see what your thoughts are.
I would like to move the resolution as it stands.
As it stands. So what I'll do then is look to see if there's a seconder. Councillor Clark, are you seconding the resolution as it stands? Okay, so then now we have it on the floor. So I will call for a vote then, and we'll see. So it is as the resolution to the full waste composition study, and it also says to be funded through the Municipal Modernization Fund. So start again. Moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Council direct staff to proceed with a fall 2021 waste composition study to be funded through the Municipal Modernization Fund, and further direct staff to include waste composition study funding in the 2022 budget. All in favor? Okay, so that's carried. That carries. I have to check faces, and we're missing 2 councillors, so I have to count. When we do say in the resolution that carries, as I said, that the look for funding in the 2022 budget, we also would encourage you to have those conversations with the other neighboring municipalities and see if they want to participate with us in that. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. John, this is also you.
Yes. So we've had an agreement with Mid-Ontario Disposal to haul and process our blue box recycling and our garbage and construction demolition waste since 2019. Last fall, council directed staff to secure the next year's addendum or to that agreement a bit earlier in the season. So Mid-Ontario is proposing a 1-year extension, so from January 1st to December 31st, 2022, with an overall price increase of 4.64%. The price increase is primarily a result of changes in the marketplace, including rising fuel costs, staffing and storage costs, increased costs for recycling processing, and decreased marketability of some recyclables.
Okay. Any questions? If not, I'll look for, is that a question, Councillor Smith?
Comment. First, the question, what's our total bill from Mid-Ontario for this service likely to be for 2021? I know we've still got 4 months to go in the year, but what are you expecting to spend with them, John?
I don't have that number at the top of my head, admittedly. I'm trying to think. It's interesting. Our volume of vehicles visiting the sites this year have been slightly less than last year. Last year was kind of an exception with with COVID, oddly enough. But I'd have to do some digging to give you a kind of where we're at to date and what we project for the remaining 4 months.
But it's, this is hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is not a $10,000, $20,000 bill. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars for paying for the services they provide. There's no doubt that they're a very sophisticated organization, and but since 2019, the price increase from 2019 to 2022 is going to be more than 1% higher. The 1-year renewals are good for them. But I'm a big believer in the value of a competitive bidding process. All of these organizations, the big guys, are publicly traded. They're anxious to grow their revenue streams, and the way you do that is to keep your current customers and win some new ones. And I go back to the service delivery study that was, and I wonder why, although and we don't need to affect the number of landfill sites, but if we got together with some of the other municipalities in the county and went to the market together, say, yeah, we've got a dozen landfill sites, for example, 3, for example, combined, could be a dozen landfill sites they're going to pick stuff up from. But the revenue stream to those big businesses, those publicly traded companies, is pretty substantial. And when there's that kind of enticing opportunity on the table, these organizations will sharpen their pencils. And, we went to the market in 2018 and got this price in 2019. And we've had, these 1-year renewals. It's not, in my opinion, the best way to devote best possible value for our taxpayers. And I'd like to see, that kind of a public tendering process going forward. So why couldn't we at this stage do one for 2022? Or if you're going to tell us there's not enough time, then I'd sure want a commitment that we're going to do robust public tendering process with other municipalities partnering with us, to begin after this. It's just not, we're just not driving out the best value here, in my opinion.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but I think doing the 1 year at this time and then giving direction to look for alternates and not coming sort of in September, and talking with other municipalities. I'm not sure, Rob, I see your hand, so I'll let you speak and I'll.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, there is enough time to go out for tendering process. So if that was the hang up, then there is time. That's why we brought it back in September.
Well, if there's time, then I'd like to see us do a public tendering process. We can be pretty sure that the price for Mid-Ontario won't go up as a result of that.
So how do other councillors feel? Do you want to accept this, which is the recommendation that we extend it to December 31st of 2022, or that we go out? Rob, you want to continue to add something to that?
Yeah, and just in the interest of some security for Mid-Ontario, maybe we should go for a 2-year agreement. Say they have some numbers out there, whether that's what they come back with or not, couldn't tell you, but in fairness to them.
I did feel when I looked at it, the price, gas has gone up, other costs have gone up. So I actually didn't think that the increase was enough of a red flag for me to say, why not renew for, that was how I was thinking, that we would renew for another year. And then next year at this time, or even possibly earlier in July or August, looking at going through a different process. But anyway, I'll look to other councillors. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, if we're going to go to a tendering process, as Rob has identified, I think we need to have a longer period. There's staff costs involved in doing the tendering and getting the stuff back in, and so it's penny wise, pound foolish to be doing it every year.
That's a good point. But if we did lean to extending it now for 1 year, could it be noted in the minutes or given direction to you, John, that we want this to come back earlier to council next summer, and with a possible discussion with other municipalities if they're tendering at the same time? They may be partway through a contract, but see if there's possibility to work with other municipalities to extend the contract, and also to go in those multi-year, what's the benefit of going a little farther out? Would that satisfy you, Councillor Smith, to extend it for 1 year now, but with further direction for next year?
Well, having heard, we've got plenty of time to do a tender now, if that's the direction of from. Why wouldn't we do it? As I said, the price for 2022 that's here is more than 20% higher than it was in 2019. 2019 is the last rate that we competed.
I think it was Councillor Clark's point was the catchphrase penny. No, I can't even say what it was. it does cost money. It takes time, it takes staff time, it takes energy to do that.
I
Rob, you
understand
want-
that.
Rob?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just so council has all the information, I'm not sure if you want to entertain combining the waste haulage and the blue box, or if you want to keep them separate. Keeping them together will certainly increase the volume. It might be a little more appealing to some. I know in the past we have had some vendors that would not come and collect our garbage. We're just on the fringe of their area. So there is a risk if we combine it that we may exclude some vendors. But maybe with the blue box and the garbage being in one tender, maybe they would expand a little bit. I don't know, but I just want you to be aware that there were some vendors that would not quote on our waste haulage because we were just too far. They would haul for Minden, but not Halliburton.
Okay, so
And I'll just point out
Yes.
that the blue box in 2024 is going to change, right? So we won't necessarily find someone who wants to bid on blue box beyond 2024 because they don't know what's going to happen in that realm.
Councillor Smith?
Well, to Rob's point, we could do a 2-year RFP now for 2022 and 2023, knowing that the theory is in 2024, this is going to go to a different model with full producer responsibility. And I believe, if I recall correctly, John, you can confirm this, our start date for the new program is January 1st, 2024.
For blue box, yes.
So that would align. Okay, is there
That would
support-
align, and I like the idea of combining, recycling and garbage. You can ask them to give you 2 prices, garbage and recycling. And if they do both, it's not just a sum of the numbers, it's a little better deal. We can add those up and say, well, we want to give all of our business to one provider, or are there 2 independent options that, say, keep it split?
Okay, so Councillor Smith has sort of stated what he would like to do, which is to go out tender for 2 years till the end of December 2023. Is there support for that? Because we need a new resolution written out. So Councillor Clark, you're okay to second that, to support that? Mallory, I obviously cannot read the resolution as it stands. Would you be able to craft something on the fly?
Be it resolved that the committee of the whole direct staff to tender the recycling, garbage and construction and demolition waste hauling and processing agreement from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2023. Does that
With options to include the blue box? Does it say that? in there?
recycling is listed in that, so.
Oh, sorry. Okay, good. Okay,
Yeah.
so Councillor Smith heard the resolution, Councillor Clark heard it as well. Mover seconder are satisfied with how it was read. So I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, so that carries. That was. Okay, one last thing, e-waste. Oh, John, you're on mute.
Sorry. We currently have an agreement with Com2 Recycling Solutions for the collection and processing of electronic waste from 4 of our landfill sites. In Ontario Regulation 52220, it only requires a municipality of Dysart size to have 1 drop-off location for electronic waste. So Com2 wants to decrease the level of service that they're currently providing to just pick up at 1 location, that being Halliburton Landfill. So we've reached out to other vendors and are recommending that we enter into a new arrangement with Green Tech, as that company is willing to provide service to 4 Dysart sites, plus provide us with a financial incentive. The one stipulation, obviously, is that with Green Tech, we will need to have residents sort their electronic waste into 4 different bins inside of the covered bins on the site. And Dysart staff and contractors can also help take some time each day to just make sure the materials are properly sorted.
Okay, so this one might be a little bit easier. I'll see if there's support for this recommendation. Councillor Clark? Support and a seconded? Or comments? Councillor Smith? Seconding or comment?
I'm happy to second that question of John, if I might.
Sure.
John, when they have these containers at our landfill sites, will the provider just take away the whole container when it's full? Or do they use the container as a storage shed and come and pick up the stuff, leaving the container itself at our landfill site? How does that logistics work, if you like?
Yeah, so the C container will be left permanently on site, and then inside will be 4 bins, cardboard bins, that once the bins are filled up, those will get removed and replaced. So the outer bin will stay, the inners are the what gets switched out.
Thank you for that clarification, education, if you like. Thank you.
Okay, so then that was clarification, but I had moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole recommends electronic waste recycling collection and processing agreement with Green Tech be brought forward to the September 28, 2021 council meeting for approval. All in favor? Okay, and that carries. Okay, that finally concludes the Public Works Department. Always lots of stuff happening there. We'll move into Parks Recreation and we'll bring in Andrea Mueller. Morning, Andrea. It's still morning.
Good morning. Yes, still morning.
Okay, so there was a meeting of some members of the public and yourself and 2 councillors met on September 7th, and I'm going to turn it over to you to discuss.
Okay, so as you said, we did meet on September 7th. The people that did meet were, there were 2 members of the Tennis Social Club, 2 representatives from the pickleball players, Councillors Smith and Clark, and then Tamara and myself. So we met and we looked at long-term and short-term solutions for the tennis courts and pickleball play within Dysart et al., but specifically within the Haliburton Village area. So everyone that was at the meeting agrees that the tennis courts are beyond any major rehabilitation and they need to be replaced. So that's a long-term issue that we have. Given the current topography and space that's there, the current location is not suitable for expansion or long-term use. And we've had companies that have taken a look to see about even resurfacing that agree that there's nothing really that can be done there. The volunteers that play with the Tennis Social Club have offered to show staff how to repair the existing cracks. They did do that many years ago. A couple of years ago, they repaired the cracks, and they've agreed to show our staff how to do that to get us through the next season, but then also to be able to continue maintenance on the courts until a long-term solution is found. So that's something that they're willing to do. Both as council and committee of the whole is aware, both the tennis players and the pickleball players have provided delegations to council regarding their respective sports. The pickleball players were requesting a shared space and the tennis players were bringing up other options or solutions. So then the task force was formed asking to further the discussion between the 2 groups. There's been a lot of options presented between both the tennis players and the pickleball players. One of the things that was discussed at the meeting was alternative line markers. So there's some that are temporary that can be put down in place instead of painting lines, but one group feels that they're slippery and they're not safe. And then also looking at just other court surfaces that could maybe be used. We've explored those in the past, but both parties agree that neither those alternative court surfaces would work for a racket sport. So this is the short-term solution that's being recommended, and that is to provide the pickleball players with permission to paint the pickleball court lines, and that we provide as the municipality the paint and supplies, and that the tennis players are consulted as to which color of lines to use so it doesn't interfere with their game. That signage be created outlining the times of play, and that is, I'll get to that in a moment. And also to have a larger sign that says no dogs allowed, because we have had issues with people using the tennis courts as an off-leash dog park, both in the summer months and the winter months. And then that another sign be created at the basketball and pickleball courts saying that just with a similar shared use, that this is for shared use. Because I guess there's been an instance where there's been pickleball players there and a basketball player came and said, I'm using the court, see you later. So just something that outlines that it's shared use and to take turns. the task force would like to see Dysart et al. To commit to exploring alternative locations and coming up with a long-term plan for the creation of new tennis courts and pickleball courts, as well as other outdoor sports fields. It was suggested at the meeting that perhaps a landscape architect could be retained in 2022 to design a potential outdoor recreation area that would include pickleball and tennis courts. So that's something they're asking for council to consider. As far as the signage goes, if committee of the whole agrees to have a dual or multi-use court where there's pickleball lines and tennis lines, that the signage would say, these are multi-use courts for tennis and pickleball, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to noon, courts reserved for tennis, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, 8 a.m. to noon, courts reserved for tennis. All other days and times, first come, first served. Please limit games to 30 minutes if other people are waiting. No dogs allowed. The estimated cost for repairing the cracks and painting the lines, if that was to be approved, is approximately $1,500. And so that's where we're at. There is a recommendation, but I know that there is probably quite a bit of discussion to be had about this. So I'm just going to wait and see.
Okay, so perhaps, excuse me, I have a tickle. I would look to the two members of council who attended the task force meeting. And anyway, yeah, so to Councillor Clark or to Councillor Smith, and to wait and see their take and whatnot. So Councillor Clark, why don't you go first, and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, the idea of using the tennis courts for both purposes is not ideal, but I think it's our only short-term solution. But with the undertaking or the understanding that we are in the process of trying to do some planning going forward, and again, as Andrea has mentioned, retaining Baskerfield or one of a landscape architect to get things going for early 2022, get some proper planning going for these people. I know that the tennis group are not overly thrilled with this because they've pretty much had exclusive use, and I guess it appears to them that we're taking things away from them. But it is a community resource, a shared facility, and we are talking in terms of a short-term, Band-Aid solution, just to kind of appease both groups, because pickleball has become very popular in the community, and actually members of the tennis group are also, quite a number of them are also pickleball players. Now, my only, I guess, a little bit of the concern is where we've got specific date or specific open dates, and I don't know how they transition from putting nets up for pickleball in the afternoon and half an hour later having to take the thing down so somebody can play tennis. That may need a little bit more, I think, a little bit more planning or consultation, Andrea, because I think that there's setup times and those kind of things that might impact, but I think if we undertake to go forward with this, get a little bit of consultation going and somehow adjust some of these times, the understanding that this is a short-term solution and an undertaking that will do the longer-term planning, I think it should fly. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Smith, did you want to comment?
Well, I generally agree with what Councillor Clark's just said, but I would, I guess I'd take it a little further that we're not going to appease both here. If we allow pickleball lines to be painted in this court, at least many members of the existing tennis group will be very unhappy with this. I personally find it frustrating that we have a group that thinks that a public facility that they ought to have preferential treatment. But that's the mindset. So I want members to understand that the decision here can make somebody unhappy. But the need to have a long-term plan, a commitment to getting a better facility in place for tennis and pickleball is critical. And that long-term is not going to work for 22, but we're not building an arena here. It's an asphalt surface. Find a piece of property and put it down. We got one built out in Kinesis in 2 months. from the time it was approved to the time it was in use. So, we need to find a way to, kind of get moving on this front and be committed to it. The question I'd have for Andrea Mueller here, and to Larry's or Clark's point about the nets. Pickleball nets are pickleball players are not going to use the tennis nets. They're going to have their own net. It's an aluminum frame with a mesh of net hanging from it. Are those things going to be out and available? We've got the designated 3-hour time slot or whatever it is, 3 days a week for pickleball. But if somebody were to show up at 2:00 on a Monday afternoon, courts are empty, I'm going to play pickleball. This is this person's mindset. Are the nets going to be there and available for them to move into place the same way they are up at Halliburton Forest?
Andrea, go ahead.
So my understanding at the meeting was for the designated times of play, someone from the pickleball players would be there with the nets, and they said they have 6 nets. If the lines were painted, there would only be 4, which, as you said, they can be set up quite quickly and easily. So they'd be there during those times. As far as alternative times, we do have only 1 net that's municipal property, and that's down at the library at the moment. What we could do is even move it from the library to the Welcome Center, and somebody could sign it out, but then they're still limited to when the Welcome Center is open. I'm not sure if we would want to leave it out in the tennis court area unattended, just because, as you know, there's things that have been happening in and around the municipality with people doing various things that the net might wander if it's left there in the bag or something. So I'm just wondering, I don't know what the solution is there. I do know that we could provide a net, though. If we could move it over to the Welcome Center, it would be available throughout the majority of the day. It wouldn't encompass the evening hours. So unless there's another solution or something, but we only have the 1 net. So to purchase a few, we may need to look at purchasing a few more or adding that into a 2022 budget item request, if that's the direction of council.
Well, I think that we need something to say to the world that we've painted these courts for pickleball, and then not have a net available, or say that you got to carry the net from the Welcome Center over to the tennis courts. That's not a very effective, response. And I'm not speaking to you personally, Andrea. I'm speaking in terms of our community now as to how we're responding to pickleball players. Somehow, we've got to have an ability to allow people to access a net, to play pickleball if we paint these lines on. If we can't come up with something there, then I'd have to kind of question, why we're doing this.
Perhaps a storage box, a deck box with a key on it. And then all what they're doing from the information center is getting the key that then opens it up over at the site, and they can do a setup. Just to address what you're talking about, Councillor Smith.
So I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I think these are both wonderful sports. Obviously, the sport of tennis has been around for a long, long time. Those courts are 40 plus years old. And while they aren't able to be resurfaced at this point, we have a bigger issue just on that location to determine whether is that the location to continue having tennis courts. It's a beautiful location. It has worked for 40 years with only one time resurfacing. Is the ground underneath that bad? What would it cost? We had it in our rehabilitation budget to resurface them and have found out the bad news that we can't. But could we? How much more would it cost then to sort of excavate that property, if you will, and put down proper soil and still have the courts located in that area? The other thing is with this growing sport of pickleball, we have received a lot of other information, and I have received information that it isn't always compatible on the same court. Just because it looks, you're playing with a paddle and you're, racket type thing, and you're playing also on a hard court surface, they're not necessarily always a compatible sport. And there is the noise factor that that we have to take into consideration. So is that the best place? So we've got a lot of things going on here. I'd like to know what we're doing with the courts as they are. We can fix some lines and the cracks now in September, but can we put tennis courts in that location? So is that the purpose of the second, or the idea of the second thing is a landscape architect or Tamara, you're nodding just to see, is this the place to, I mean, if courts lasted there for 40 years, it's not that bad. There's an apartment built just behind. Is that, we all know of the sawmill history, but was it even over on that side? I don't
It's
know.
bad over there. It's all sawdust and there's a lot of wires in the ground over there from past locates. You have the same difficulties as we had locating the Welcome Center. As we know, that's why it's where it's located. The other issue that tennis brought up continually as well is that not only would they like the current courts fixed, but they'd also like expanded to more courts than they have now, because they're saying the need is there, which in the current location, there's absolutely no room to expand anywhere, either for pickleball or tennis. We did talk to them, as Councillor Smith noted, about the need to, if we're going to do this on a trial basis, it's a shared thing, to come up with a long-term plan and start working on that immediately. And we thought a logical first step would be a landscape architect to lay it out. We do have township land outside of Head Lake Park, and both groups didn't seem to have any objection to not being in that location. As other municipalities have outdoor field recreation outside of the town limits that are very successful. So we can certainly look at that. So yeah, that's basically where it was that the only way we could have helped both groups right now was to suggest a short-term sharing arrangement, but to hopefully ask council to commit to looking at long-term plans for the next couple of years.
Well, we definitely know that we need to be looking at long-term plans because, we do have a master park plan, and yet we never heard anything about, in that plan, we had pickleball court where the basketball court was. So obviously we had never heard from anybody playing pickleball when we were doing the master plan. I just hesitate with the rush to do anything. This is the middle of September right now. Committee only make a recommendation to council. Council doesn't meet to the end of September. It sounds like there's a lot of things going on here, and I don't know. We're soon going to run out of time to play any of those sports outside. So is there a rush to do anything at this point? But I did see, well, Tamara, you go ahead, Andrew, but Councillor Wood Roberts had her hand up as well. So Tamara.
We did ask about the timing, given we're near the end of the year, but the pickleball players feel that they have quite a bit of time left to play and would like to see something happen sooner than later. And they have volunteers ready to go as soon as council or committee of the whole gives the blessing. And they were hoping that if council agreed today to it, that they could, if the majority did, that they could start putting the lines on tomorrow, basically.
Okay, even though it's got to go to council, but Andrea and then Councillor Wood Roberts.
The one thing I think that is pertinent to get done this year, regardless, is fixing the cracks. I think that needs to be done in the 2021 calendar year. So hopefully that we can get approval to purchase the materials needed to at least undertake that through staff, just so that way come spring of next year, it's hopefully in better shape than it is currently right now.
Okay, Councillor Wood Roberts, you want to comment?
So this can be played indoor as well as outdoor, correct, Andrea?
Yeah.
And how big a space do they need? Because I think they were doing it at the West Guildford Center at one point as well.
Yes.
Are the squash courts in use all the time? Is there some sort of arrangement that could be made with that club for, off-season use?
I don't know. The squash courts, they have a drop-in, so somebody, they have a keypad and then people have a code if they're a squash club member. They're open 24/7. I don't know what the usage is like. I don't know. I honestly don't know off the top of my head the size of a squash court. I could inquire to see if there's a possibility that the squash courts could be used. I've played squash before, but I don't remember the size of a court. So I think pickleball courts need to be 20 by, oh, what was it now? I don't have the, was it 15 by 30 feet, 15 by 20 feet? There's definitely smaller than a tennis court. And yes, they were being played inside at the West Guildford Community Center. And I know that they're looking to gain momentum again in West Guildford as well.
Yeah, and I know it's not our municipality, but when Minden was doing their arena project and they had public consultation, pickleball was very adamant there that we wanted a space for pickleball, which they created, which they have, and they already have a league and starting times there set up. And like I say, it's not our municipality, but they are set up and ready to play indoors in Minden for the winter season. So where do we go from here? We have a recommendation. Councillor Smith?
I just want to add a couple of points, I guess, another question. To Councillor Wood Roberts, the inside at the West Guildford Recreation Center, the pickleball court there was actually made smaller than official size because of pillars in the room. So they made it, if I recall, 2 feet narrower than would normally. If I recall, it was 24 feet supposed to be the width, and they made it 22, or maybe it's 20, and they made it 20, but it's like that. And I wanted to make sure everyone is aware also that, you know, part of the history here is creating some of the emotion, if you like, the tennis people. They would say that they've put time, effort, sweat equity, if you like, into the tennis courts because they claim, I don't know the degree of the history, they've done some of the maintenance work there over the years. And hence this offer to train our municipal staff on how to patch these cracks, if you like, in the tennis court. So there is that element of history I wanted you to be aware of. And the other question, again, following up in the answer here to Councillor Wood Roberts, Andrea Mueller, do you know about the availability of pickleball courts at the high school?
At the moment, the high school is not open for any public use. So the community use of schools has been put on hold, and I think it's until the end of October, and they'll reevaluate. So generally what would happen under normal circumstances, in sometime in June, groups would be permitted a chance to try and book the high school space, the auditorium space between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. at night. And they go through a process, and there's the 5 nights available. So it just depends how many people apply, who gets access. Traditionally, the pickleballers have had Tuesday night access at the high school gym, but with COVID, all of that ceased, and it's still at the moment on hold. So I don't know when and if that will become available again.
Okay, so are there any further comments or questions? I certainly support the retaining a landscape architect to explore solutions, permanent solutions for both sports, but I just can't see the benefit of painting lines this late in the season. And it's not to negate the importance of pickleball. I would love to try it. I'd love to try playing it. I until we make that solution, I don't see that it would just be met for a matter of a couple of weeks. But there is a recommendation, so I'm going to look for the rest of council to see where you want to go with this, particularly those ones that were on that one meeting. Mr. Clark?
Is it feasible just to do, let's say, one of the the tennis courts, Andrea, rather than doing, trying to set up for 6, so at least they've got, what I'm thinking of is, give them 2 pickleball courts rather than 6, at least it's a start. And, it's kind of a halfway, meeting them part way. That makes sense.
you couldn't be playing, I mean, you're talking to Andrew Mueller, but you couldn't be playing at the same time, balls rolling around, and tennis, you know, when it goes the one way and pickleball is going this way. So I don't, anyway.
It's still suggested to play at different times. I think
Yeah.
maybe Larry's saying so there would be less confusion for if they're worried about confusion with the lines if one didn't have them.
Yeah, it's just a compromise.
Andrew, did you want to answer that, or?
I was just going, I wasn't sure on the question there. At first I thought maybe Larry was referring to having tennis and pickleball at the same time, which I know that at the meeting that was frowned upon quite a bit, but if it's just to paint two courts, even for the separate use times, it is a halfway point for sure.
Yeah.
It is a possible solution.
I just think we have a lot of logistics to work out if it is going to be a shared use facility. We just talked about nets. We talked about creating a sign. The sign isn't cheap. I do want to see how we can accommodate pickleball in the municipality of Dysart et al. I think having that architect, landscape architect, look at other property that we currently either own or could be acquiring soon, and looking at a greater master plan is the way to go for right now. Otherwise, I feel we're rushing a decision and spending money, even though it's not a lot of money, it's money. We're spending money for literally, you know, it could be, I hate to use the S word, but it could be snowing by Thanksgiving. So I personally don't see the benefit of doing this right now. It does not negate that pickleball is a growing sport and we need to try to accommodate it somehow, some way in municipality of Dysart. This is a Band-Aid fix. It's so late in the season, I don't see the benefit, but I'll look to the rest of council. Councillor Smith.
Well, if council or the committee members, majority of the committee members were to agree, there's merit in your comments. I don't know about Thanksgiving, but certainly beyond the end of October, you're not going to be playing pickleball outside. And so if we were to say, yep, you know, we won't have a decision from council until the end of September. So therefore, why not wait until, you know, April to get these lines painted on and turn this into a shared facility? If you're committing to, or are you kind of pushing the decision down the road and saying, well, we have to have a long-term solution. That's the only way we'll have pickleball. I guess is where I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from.
Sorry, Councillor Smith, where I'm coming from?
Yeah, because you're you know, advocating for not making this available this fall for pickleball. Does that mean it won't be available in you know, April, May of 2022 either? Or
well, I hate to make that decision right now. What I'm saying is, say we come up and we have somebody tell us that these tennis courts should never be, the courts that are existing there should not be rebuilt there. You really should be putting your tennis courts somewhere else. Then maybe that is the only possible solution, is to have the shared use for next year and to look at the longer term. But I don't even really want to commit that at this point, but I'm one vote. So I'm looking to, right now we have this recommendation here right now. I'd like to do some further investigation on this to get a.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to be, you know, accommodating or whatever. I know you'd find that exceptionally unusual. But what I'm trying to do is say, okay, maybe, you know, getting this done simply for 3 or 4 weeks in October isn't the right answer. You do need time to get the sign produced and do the rest of these things. But to then say to the pickleball players, sorry, you're not going to have anything either for 2022. That's to me is unacceptable. And so that's where I was trying to see, well, are you prepared to commit to it for 2022? Because you're not going to build a pickleball court anywhere for 2022 otherwise. You know, or is it going to be kick the can down the road and we'll deal this in 2023 or 2024? Is that what you're proposing?
I don't know. I just don't want to make the decision right now. I do think that there were possibly some other alternatives where there was pavement. I don't know if I read in this or I read in a comment somewhere else. And yes, it's not on our property, but at the high school, there's very large basketball court down at the high school, just in the lower part of their parking lot. Is that a possibility to use that and be on some other property? So I can't, I'm saying that out loud at a public meeting, talking about school board property. I don't know if there's another possibility. So perhaps today it is kicking the can just down the road, but I'd like to, that's my only one vote, personal preference is to just a little bit more wait and see approach. Councillor Wood Roberts?
I was going to say, because we're beating this to death, I would like to go with the recommendation made by staff for right now, and then at the beginning of next year, as per the recommendation, have it fully assessed by someone who can fully assess it and make sure that the needs are met by the groups.
Mhm. And can we just supplement that a little bit with what facilities are available? So we know that there's some facilities in Minden. We've got West Guildford. I think Andrew's going to check to see if the squash courts can be adapted. I think what we have to do is at least to show good faith, to show that there are there are options for people to play pickleball. They were quite adamant that they're, as Councillor Smith had identified, they're willing to, they're ready to play pickleball tomorrow. And if they guess they feel that we've got community resources there, they want to be able to move. But as an interim, at least we identify what other options or places are around that they can play pickleball. And at least it's not perfect, but we're not totally ignoring them either.
Okay, well, as Councillor Wood Roberts, we've talked about this an awful lot. So I just want to clarify from you, the recommendation as it lists in here in the report right now says that we recommends to council that the existing tennis courts be designated as multi-use courts for pickleball and tennis. So is that, are you moving that, Councillor Wood Roberts? As stated, so that they get painted now, the sign goes up this fall?
Yes. And then.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take that as you're moving that. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Donaldson? You're seconding that to do the recommendation? Okay. So I'll read the recommendation. So does it not need to come back to council, or it's just a technicality anyway?
Well, technically, council needs to approve, but if enough of council feels like it's not going to be opposed at the next meeting, you could indicate for them to go ahead and start doing the work. It's up to you.
Okay, so I've made my view clear. So in this strange case, I'm actually going to ask for a recorded vote because I have to show a show of hand. Normally I don't if it just passes. And for the points I stated earlier, it'll be shown there. So I do have moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, second by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole recommends to council that the existing tennis courts be designated as multi-use courts for both pickleball and tennis, and further that council directs staff to include funds in the 2022 budget to retain a landscape architect to explore permanent solutions for outdoor sport courts and fields. So Mallory, if you want to go through.
Councillor Clark? I think you're muted. I think.
Thank you. Yes, we'll go with that, although I can't see us having that happen this fall. That's
Councillor Donaldson?
Yes.
Councillor Smith?
Yes.
Councillor Wood Roberts?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberts?
No.
Okay, that carries.
That carries. Okay, we'll have one more thing in Parks and Rec. So video surveillance cameras, Andrea.
So as you know, we had the public survey out for video surveillance cameras at Head Lake Park and Rotary Park. Once again, the feedback received through the online survey was very positive, and for the installation of the video surveillance cameras, the IT department is ready to go as soon as they're given the green light. They'd like to start the installation work as soon as possible because, as we know, the S word is coming sometime soon. So they'd like to have that done and in place. The signs are already ordered and ready to go as well for Head Lake Park and Rotary Park, letting people know that there is video surveillance. So as soon as they receive approval, they can begin the installation work. there's been quite a bit happening at the park, and I think over time too, we'll probably be coming back with some new updated bylaws for the parks as well, and everything that help just so everything all syncs together and works quite well. Again, the use of video surveillance is only if there is an issue that needs to be investigated. There's nobody there watching it on a regular basis or anything. There's not a feed that people are watching. It's just if we've been told about an incident or something has happened and it needs to be investigated further either by staff or police, then the footage is there hopefully to help us.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I will ask for a mover and a seconder for this then. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole recommends that Council provide pre-approval for the use of video surveillance cameras at Head Lake and Rotary Park. All in favor? And that carries. So thank you, Andrea, for that. We're pushing timing wise a little bit, but I think we'll have to do museum if we can. We'll bring Kate in. And I'm sorry to Carl if he's listening in. I think we're going to have to take a lunch break because we go into closed and we have a set time. Can someone check with Carl if he's okay and Rob then they would be after closed? Okay. Someone's just going to be checking on that for me. And we've got Kate in now.
Hello.
Hello, Kate. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Great.
So yeah, things are busy at the museum. I actually think that we may have seen our busiest Labor Day weekend that I can remember. It seems like everyone's really stretching that summer season as much as they possibly can. And soon, of course, we're going to have people up in the area exploring, looking for those fall colors, and we reap the benefits of that as well in terms of visitors through the door. So it's busy, and we're getting back into doing a bit of in-person programming again, it's just really nice to have that back around the place again. So no, all is well.
Okay, any questions for Kate? Comments about museum. I wanted a couple things, and one to thank Dennis Casey and Tim Haggerty for all their work, and also I guess I won't, unless you know the name of the company that did that moving of the.
There have been a couple of different people involved, a couple of different companies involved. So yeah, there's been a lot of generosity on that work in progress to get the Hodgson engine into place.
Yes.
So yeah, we're delighted that it's up on its mount now. That definitely makes a difference.
Okay, well, thank you to those volunteers. I had two other questions. One was regarding donations. We used to have a fee many years ago to go into the museum, and then we decided to take that away and we just do donations. And so you don't even have to answer it now, but if at some point we could have a report on the donations and how we're looking at getting donations for the museum at some point. And also any report on the Reed House and what the renovations and what's happening there.
Yeah, so we had a company come in. Well, actually, it was someone who donated their time, but who runs a company called Complete Restoration Services to take a look at the Reed House and sort of break down what some of the components that may be needed would be. So I'm going to go back to them now because they've given me some recommendations, but then figure out exactly, in what order the items should be done so that they do what they need to do, and so that we can tackle, if we do need to tackle some of them this autumn, which would be great, and then if there are some that can be held a little while, just so that all the costs can be covered.
Okay, because we did have money in our 2020 budget and that got deferred, and then we continued to put it in our 2021 budget, but because of the age of the house and the what some of the things could be, such as mold issues. And, I certainly don't want to see another season go by. And I think it might be something that you should bring to council sooner than later if there are expenses more than what had been budgeted for. It's council's priority to keep that house. We don't want to see the problem become bigger because we put something off and it didn't get fixed. Any further questions for Kate? No? Okay, mover and a seconder then, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole acknowledge receipt of the Haliburton Highlands Museum report. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. I'm just going to check at the end of the room here. Are they okay to come back after? So at this time, what I'm going to suggest, because we need to start our closed session at 1 o'clock, I'm going to actually move into closed. I'm going to get a mover and a seconder. Is that okay, Mallory? Yep, to move into closed. We will take a 30-minute lunch break, and then we'll be back at our computers, but we're already in closed session at 1 o'clock, if that's okay. Looking at our clerk, saying we can do that. I just have to find the motions to move ahead. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to go into closed if we could. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole adjourn its regular meeting at 12:30 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, pertaining to a proposed disposition of land in the township of Dysart on industrial park property, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, proposed development in the geographic township of Dysart, and a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or of persons or organization. That's under Public Works. All in favor? Okay, so we are now in close. You can turn your camera off and be back at your cameras if you can at 1 o'clock. Thank you. And we're good to go. So we are back live. And sorry to hold you up till the afternoon, Carl. Seems to be a longer day than intended. So I just got to find my agenda because I wasn't closed. So the first is go ahead with your building permit activity report. Do I have all my counselors? No.
There we go.
I'm just waiting till, sorry, Councillor Wood Roberts did say that she had to leave at a certain time, so she may not be able to join us. We will still have quorum if I just have Councillor Smith with us. So that's, I'm just waiting. I did tell council while we were changing, they needed to run and get a quick break there. There we go.
All
okay.
Right. So the building permit activity report. So again, the building permits are continuing to trend higher than we typically have. So on another note, with our our portal system. I don't know if you guys remember from December, January, we were going through with the portal system. So that is nearing completion now. That's a good news story. We're currently in user acceptance training. Bree's been doing most of this as I focus on the building permit activity. Bree has taken a lot of time putting towards the City View implementation. So we're hoping to introduce that portal activity soon. We were delayed by several means. One was trying to introduce a payment method into City View, into the portal, so people can pay for their permits through the portal rather than having to come in or go through the electronic funds transfer. The other was at City View staff. We went through several different City View staff. People are just leaving organizations left, right, and center, it seems, and that was another big delay. We went through a lot of different staff over at City View helping us get through this process. Any questions on the building permit activity?
Any questions or comments? I just, and that's, we're going to be hit another record year. So congratulations to you and the department for keeping up. I'll take a mover and seconder then to receive Councillors Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole received the August 2021 building permit activity report as information. All in favor? And that's carried. And next we have the septic reinspection report.
Yeah, so this is the first septic reinspection activity report with WSP completing the inspections. So again, out of 964 properties, we've completed about 651. Of that, about 11% have been found to be high risk. There's been 20% medium risk and the remainder low risk activities. Again, it was a bit of a trial and error to begin with WSP. They had a hard time connecting to our City View system to get the addresses and whatever. So they were late getting started doing the inspections, but sounds like everything's going to be completed on time this year within the 3 months that they indicated, which was up to the end of this month. It was rocky a little bit. We did have several meetings with WSP. Again, they were burdened by the change in employees as well. We've been through basically the whole lack of employees we typically deal with WSP have been changed over. They've left the organization, replaced with new employees. So that was a bit of an issue. They've also had an issue with their phone system. They changed their phone system in July to a different phone system, and that burdened some of the calls that we were getting because WSP was not calling them back. There was also an issue with, we met with, because the program did start off fairly rocky. They sent out the letters to everybody and everybody started calling at the same time. And so they were slow getting back to everybody. And we determined that one of the issues why our program was different than Algonquin Highlands was WSP would send out a letter initially to all residents indicating, give us a date that you'd like to get an inspection done. And if they fail to hear, then they're going to send a letter which gives them a specific date. So we're currently contemplating that this is probably the way to go for next year, Area 3, to make sure to kind of curtail any of those problems. So we're working on solutions to those issues that we had this year, and hopefully we get it right for next year.
Well, thank you for that update too on the sort of, like you referred to it as a rocky start, and it wasn't ever the intention. And it sounds like they've had some, they're not the only organization. You just mentioned City View and WSP, and many organizations have had staffing issues and staffing problems. And, you know, we don't want this to be a horrible experience for anybody, but we do need to keep going on this. So I'm glad if we are going to sort of make some slightly different arrangements next year. And seems like patience is key here, and, you know, a little bit of understanding right now to get through. So When you say high risk, for those ones, does that mean they need to do a new bed? Can you explain a little bit more about high risk?
So high risk falls into a few different categories. So high risk means that the septic is failing. It can also mean that it's beyond its capacity. That there's, it's basically at the risk of failure and the highest risk of contributing to pollutants in our waterways. So those are the ones that are pushed to get their systems corrected quicker. Medium risk is little less. It means that there's an issue, but it's repairable. It's gonna take some effort to repair it. But it's not as high of a risk basically. Right?
Okay. Any questions to Carl on this, John or Councillor Smith? Pardon me. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. Carl, great to hear, from you that USP is acknowledging they weren't performing well out of when I raised this last month and said that I'd had more than a dozen phone calls from property owners in Area 2 who were very unhappy. In fact, your own staff told some of those property owners that called your department that you'd had dozens of calls of complaint. And so thank you to you and WSP for acknowledging that. I'm wondering if WSP has some mechanism, be a letter or some sort of social media announcement to kind of say to people, look, we apologize for letting you down, and we had staffing issues or we had technology issues or whatever it was they had, and we expect to get better. That's often what organizations do something to acknowledge that they've disappointed people. They haven't met their commitments or their obligations. Have they talked at all about that, or is that something we might suggest to them?
It's not something that was suggested or brought up as to going back to those people and apologizing to getting back to them later than typical. Like some people, it's like a couple of weeks to get back to them, which again, it's not really acceptable for sure. But there's no discussion as to what would be done to apologize to those people. But yeah, that's probably a good start. Maybe introducing something like that. But people would have to follow them on Facebook. Maybe if we post something, again, people would have to follow our Facebook page. So I'm not sure how exactly that would look. It also opened up for those people that were upset to air out their grievances on those Facebook posts as well. So I'm always hesitant to go that route, but we could put some thought into it when we have our next Zoom meeting with WSP to talk about moving forward and closing out this year. So it's not something that it's something that should probably be addressed.
Yeah, Councillor Smith, I don't think I'd want to see anything on social media like that. That just opens up a disaster area. So, if what I think that we wanted to reassure people is that if you wanted to change the date because you were not able to make the date that had been in your initial letter, that happened. And if for any reason the date passed, you would not be charged the fees set in there. If you had that called and said, I can't make August 14th, and they never called you back and you got emails saying I couldn't make August 14th, they would not be charged that. They would have to make arrangements. So I think we're doing everything right.
But
I don't think
I don't think that's good enough. The fact of the matter is, signed up a contract with a multi-billion-dollar organization. They made commitments to provide a reasonable, in fact, a good level of customer service, and they didn't fulfill that. And it may not just be about people receiving a charge. The fact of the matter is that people were greatly frustrated. You can imagine knowing that there's an appointment coming up and you call and you leave a message and say, that's not going to work. And you get back to me because that's what they were told. They were given a 1-800 number to call. And what turns out, in some cases, as Carl acknowledged, it took 2 weeks for WSP to return that phone call. That's not acceptable. And whether you do it in social media, whether they decide to do something more creative, make a donation to a local charity or whatever, just to acknowledge, look, we let you down, and we're sorry about that, and it's not going to happen again. That's an obligation that they ought to feel as our service provider.
Okay, so maybe, as Carl said, he'd bring it up in a conversation with them in their next meeting with WSP, how they want to address customer service and the problems that happened at the get-go. And Carl can let us know.
Thank you.
So
I'd like to ask another question on this report.
Okay.
Thank you. So Carl, you've introduced the category of high risk, medium risk, and low risk. For Area 1, the issues were broken down between minor and major issues, and then the major issues were defined in a more granular fashion with bed failures, capacity exceeded, tank failure, so forth. Will we be getting the same kind of breakdown in terms of a little more granularity for the Area 2 as this year draws to a close?
Yeah, so I'm using the same terminology that WSP reports to me with, which was high risk, medium risk. Again, same concept as what we reported on last year. The risks, just different names for the risks. At the end of the year, they do a fairly detailed report that they're going to present to council that is much greater than anything I've ever provided to council. Seeing Highland or Algonquin Highlands reports, they provide a lot of detail, probably too much detail, but you'll get all the detail you need in the year-end reports.
Great, thank you very much. I'll look forward to that.
Okay, so moving forward, if I could get a mover and a seconder to receive this report. That was you, Councillor Smith, and seconded by Councillor Clark.
Can I ask one other question?
Okay, sorry, I thought you were moving, and so I do have.
Yeah. And Carl, if there's, we've had this informal metric that helped you identify that they had a rocky start. Is there any service level metric that you can put in place going forward so that we can, over the next 4 years, understand whether WSP is fulfilling their obligation to provide good customer service or not?
I don't have anything like that to employ, definitely not. Again, it'll be based on trying to improve the issues that we've seen, right? And it will definitely see an improvement if we employ, mitigating issues or measures to mitigate those issues that we've seen. We definitely don't have any matrix to compare those two. Like we didn't keep track of any calls that we received, those types of things. So we have nothing to really compare those two.
Could you, going forward, track the number of calls or emails that you received complaining about property owners' interaction with WSP?
Possibly. I can talk to staff and see what, if they're able to, list the number of calls that they've received, moving forward. Again, we'll have to remember to do that for next year. It's something I talk to staff about and see how much effort that would be to start recording those calls.
Let's be a little more.
I'm hoping it's a lot less next year. And
I was just going to say, let's be more hopeful that next year we're in a better shape with COVID. Letters don't go out in July. They go out in April or May or whenever they go out, much earlier. There's a larger window to get it done. And let's try to be optimistic there.
Well, I don't want to just hope, though. I guess, staff was able to tell property owners who complained this past year that they had dozens of calls, complaints. And I didn't make that up. That's direct quotes from our building department staff. All I'm suggesting is that, we tell WSP next year we're going to be tracking these things, and we're not going to let it get as far off the rails as it did in 2021. Yeah. And the best way to do it's not a big thing, but hey, we received 3 emails of complaint or 3 phone calls or whatever.
It's not that I don't want to do it, John. It's just the timing it's our busiest time as well, right? So trying to tell staff to, well, beyond your normal tasks, you're now having to track these. I don't want to make that decision for staff because I don't fully understand their involvement in that and what, their ability to do it. So I just want to throw that past staff first and see what their thoughts are on it. It might not be an issue. We might be able to do it.
Thank you. Carl, I respect that. I think it's important to circle with staff and ask them for an idea as to how we might address this so that we've got some record in the future of how a service provider that's been paid $1 million is how they're doing. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Smith. I did have that you moved that and Councillor Clark seconded. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole receives the septic reinspection activity report for July and August as information. All in favor? It's carried. And Mallory, you noted in the minutes that Councillor Wood Roberts had to leave.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I just thought I'd notice that if anyone in the public is watching, she had to get to her other job. So next we have the bylaw report. Is Robert still around?
Robert's not in today. He's doing a course today and tomorrow.
Excellent.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, typical bylaw report. Just naming identifying the number of new complaints coming in.
Okay. So I'll just take a mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith.
Again, happy to move it if you like. I had a couple of questions. So maybe, I don't know if Carl can answer them. If he can't, he can probably take them away and discuss it with Robert. The first, we get this report that talks about the number of complaints that have been received, but it never says how many complaints have been resolved. So in the zoning category, for example, for June and July, we were told there were 17 new zoning complaints that have been received. Got 7 more here in the month of August. I think that it would be terrific if council could also be informed that X number of these things have been resolved. So that it's, there's a sense of closure, if you like, and some confidence as a result that the bylaws and so forth are being enforced. Would that be a reasonable request?
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, and Robert does actually update me on open cases that he has, and they typically range around 4 open cases every time he talks to me. So we're maybe something that we can definitely start reporting on, just identifying the number of open cases for each one of these items, and yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. I can definitely bring that up with Robert.
I think it would give everybody greater confidence, as you said, that the bylaws are being enforced. And the second topic relates to anonymity. I had a call yesterday from, I'll say, a prominent member of our community that everybody on council has worked with in the past. And he had some questions about anonymity. And I've had this conversation with Robert in the past and also with Tamara, for that matter, that when people submit a complaint, we don't divulge their information. We need their complaint. We need to know that they're a resident or a property owner, who they are. But we keep that information secret, my understanding, and it would only ever be released if this matter went to court and a judge ordered us to release that information.
MFIPA definitely protects any complainants. Municipal information. What's that stand for, Mallory?
PIPEDA, privacy.
Yeah, and protection of privacy. So yeah, unless someone was called to court, that's when, and I think they're warned of that. It is anonymous unless it's brought into court and they're called.
Yeah, and that very rarely happens. But you have to understand that if there's a complaint, most likely the person that we go talk to knows who the complainant is or has a very good idea. And again, we don't encourage, like we indicate that we're here to investigate an infraction, and we try to not even let them know that there's been a complaint, that we're looking at an infraction. And if they talk, usually the first thing they ask is, well, who complained? And they'll say, oh, I know who complained or whatever. So unfortunately, that's the way it goes. And again, we definitely respect people's privacy and do not bring up any indication as to who might have complained. Even if they guess, oh, was it this guy over here? We brush it off. We don't say anything.
Yeah. Well, in a community that we, frankly, other than parking violations, I think every, complaint, it needs to be a complaint to draw bylaw enforcement. And so given that reality, it's very important that when people see something they believe is a bylaw violation that they're concerned about, whether it's related to a shoreline or whether it's related to the construction of an illegal structure or anything else, they ought to feel not only a right but an obligation to report that to the municipality and have confidence that their identity is going to be protected confidentially.
Councillor Smith, it's a very long day, and a couple of us have mentioned that we have headaches. That's beside the point, but it's a long time staring at a screen. It's a long time sitting in a chair, and I'm trying to make the best use of our time. We still have some things. You make a valid point. That's the kind of thing that maybe though could just be, confirmed internally. It is a private process to make a complaint. I'm just trying to keep the meeting on a roll and keep cognizant and aware of the time. So unless there was if that's okay, we can move along. I'd really appreciate that. So could we have a mover and a seconder to acknowledge the receipt of the August bylaw report? Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole acknowledges receipt of the August bylaw department update. All in favor? Okay, carried. And lastly is the exotic animal bylaw that he was asked to bring forward. I don't know.
This bylaw it's basically everything out of Highlands East bylaw. We just changed our name on it. And again, it's a good way to do it. I know that there was discussion last time that we should have exemptions for, people are bringing petting zoos or those reptile shows or something like that, and have a place for those people to raise those types of animals. If we take those out of the bylaw, that opens us up to those people coming and opening up those types of facilities here without any controls. People can always come. So if somebody had one of those reptile shows, wanted to set up shop here and raise those animals, they can come to council for an exemption from the bylaw. We should put them under site plan control. Maybe there are particulars that council wants in place so that these things get inspected monthly or something like that. They have fencing or whatever controls council wants imposed on those types of facilities. It doesn't just give them carte blanche to come in and start raising those types of facilities. So I think having it the same as neighboring municipalities is probably a good idea. And that way we don't run into those issues where, well, we can't do that here, but we can do that over here. And just being a more consistent process. We do have other items. One of the other things was the alternative livestock. So again, it doesn't mean that you can't have alternative livestock like the emus or the bison or any of those types of facilities. You can have them wherever livestock are prohibited or are permitted, such as your rural zones. So anywhere that allow farms or hobby farms, you can have those types of livestock. Those are both the only items that I saw in here that were that should have produced any questions, unless you guys have any other questions on this one.
I'll look to the other councillors. We don't have very many left, but Councillor Donaldson, Clark, or Councillor Smith, do you have any comment? Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thanks. I was quite taken aback by the draft bylaw presented here. Last month, we had a letter from a single individual asking us to put in place a bylaw related to big cats. We're specifically concerned about lions. And there was a link there for a news article on from CBC about that. And we've got a proposed bylaw here that does address the issue of big cat. It goes far beyond that. And as someone who has in the past had many of these various critters living in his home, I can't find a good reason for doing this. I'll use one example for your Schedule B here, the common green iguana. The common green iguana, according to National Geographic, is the most common reptile pet in the United States of America. And we're saying, proposing to say here to anybody that lives in Dysart, you can't have one of those things. You know, I don't know. So my perspective on snakes and other reptiles may be different than some. I also noted in here that birds of prey, including hawks and falcons, not everybody hunts with a gun. Some people actually have these birds of prey that they use for their hobby of hunting. And so, you know, I mentioned before this topic first came up about these shows, the fact that reptiles are hugely popular amongst young kids. One of the most popular events pre-COVID was when that show came to town. And so if every community passed the type of bylaw that apparently Highlands East has, nobody would be able to raise these snakes and other reptiles to educate and entertain children. And so prior to us proceeding down this road in such quick reaction to one issue of big cats and going to something so comprehensive, I'd like to suggest that we this bylaws for draft bylaw for public input and allow the public of Dysart a couple of months to review this and provide some feedback so that council has input from our local community prior to proceeding with something that, as I said, is extremely broad and would eliminate, you know, what I know from personal experience is a very popular hobby for many people. You know, there's a facility in Toronto called Reptilia. It's actually in Vaughan, sorry, 25,000 square foot facility that charges $15 a head for people to come into. The business in the same area that I checked their website yesterday, they have a physical store at their website offered for sale, 278 different reptiles, most of which would now be banned in Dysart if this bylaw were to come into effect. And so again, not to just simply use my personal experience, I think that public consultation on the introduction is something as broad as this would be completely appropriate. And so I'd like to move that we defer consideration of this bylaw until November, and that we promote the fact that we're considering a bylaw related to exotic animals through our website and social media, and seek public input regarding you know, what would be appropriate to be included and what might not be included.
Councillor Donaldson?
I agree with John, because I think that it will be kind of hard about the public input, because for the most part, those reptiles are in people's places that nobody really knows that they're there, even because they're not causing any problems. So, I mean, I know I have a few people that I know have them, but they're not like, you know, chickens where they're, you know, the roosters crowing in the morning or whatever. The neighbors don't even really know that most of those animals are even in their area because they're confined in the person's house. So I do think that the public input would be really good. And it is a little bit of an overkill for the tigers that were here for 6 months at the most, and now they're gone, that we have such a forceful bylaw about other animals that are really unrelated to the tigers that started the whole thing.
Well, we did request that he bring back a bylaw, and he said he would likely just look because Highlands East had just passed it. So I think that was the purpose of bringing this forward for discussion. Councillor Smith makes a very good point. We can put it out to the public, put it on our website, you know, for comments. Or are we specifically commenting on the Schedule B under prohibited animals, or commenting on any portion of the bylaw whatsoever? And if there's an exemption to the bylaw, example, if somebody wanted to do a traveling show and bring some of these animals, that's not the same thing as having them in your home. Is there a possibility to, you know, put it on our website and use social media for public comment? But is the public comment just on Schedule B or the whole bylaw? Councillor Clark?
Yeah. No, I agree that perhaps there should be some opportunity for some public input, but I also think that some of the direction we gave to Carl was to have something that was fairly comprehensive, and in that we didn't want to start breaking things down, you know, category by category. This is also protects the animals, you know, so you're not getting people setting up things where they are, you know, put them out in display for $5 or whatever, and, you know, no heating or whatever the situation may be. It provides, at least if they're coming through and we know what's happening, there's opportunity to ensure that it's appropriate structure or systems in place to protect the animals. So there's, you know, there's good and bad to this, but by all means, I you know, we had asked Carl to bring something forward, and something that was fairly all wide ranging because of the number of things that are involved. But let's put you know, like the idea of putting something out and giving the public a chance to comment on it would be fine.
Okay, so it's actually Robert that did the legwork. Carl's just speaking for him today as his department head. Mallory?
Can I suggest a resolution based on discussion?
Yes, so Mallory, why don't you read a resolution and I'll look for mover seconder. Thanks.
Okay, so be it resolved that the committee of the whole receives this report regarding the draft exotic animals bylaw as information and provides staff direction on updates or revisions to be included in the bylaw, and direct staff to request input from the public through the municipal website and social media on the proposed bylaw prior to bringing it forward to council for passing. Does that sound appropriate?
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, could we maybe put a time frame there to bring it forward to council, say at the end of November? So that's a couple months.
At the end of November?
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. And that's
In November, yeah.
Which is 2 months as opposed to the end of September. That gives plenty of time. So we'd need to know by, so what we would expect, though, it should come back to the committee of the whole by the committee of the whole November meeting, if we're going to
Don't
pass
need to put that in the resolution, but yeah, that's likely how it will happen. Yeah.
Okay, so that gives plenty of time.
Yeah, and staff is clever enough to establish a deadline for public input, so they have a chance to work with it. So, you know, maybe they say the deadline is October 25th, and give people more than a month to provide their input and still have a chance to work with it.
Yep, very realistic. Okay, so we've heard the resolution read by Mallory, and I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. So we've already heard the resolution. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Thank you, Carl. We have one more section to get through, and then planning, so 2 more sections, really. We've got Barbara still hanging in there, and the first thing we have is a letter requested from the Legion Ways and Means Committee.
Yes, so good afternoon. We have here a request from the Legion to support the Give Us the Lift campaign, and they're currently looking to install an elevator in their facilities there. They do note that the project is going to cost about $105,000. They have secured grant money for $45,000, and they've also raised $4,000, and they're looking to the municipality asking if there was an opportunity for a grant to be submitted for the project.
So any comments from councillors? This is not quite usual where we would donate money to another organization for their building. While it's a great cause, and I'm pleased to see that they got a grant. I'd like to know a little bit more detail. They didn't ask us for a specific amount, as well as I would just defer this to either we say no now or defer it to any 2022 budget discussion. But Mallory?
I just wanted to say that you're right, there wasn't a suggested donation amount, but sometimes these requests come out around budget time when there are discussions. So a possibility is that staff reach out to them and request that they suggest a donation amount to be considered during the 2022 budget deliberations.
Yep. Does that Councillor Clark, are you concurring?
Yeah. Two items. One is, as I identified with Mike Isles earlier, it's one of the go-to spots in case of emergency that the township uses. So I think we've got a little bit more responsibility to this than we would, just a normal request. And the other is, do we have any similar precedent on, dollars supporting a request for a building somewhere in the area or somewhere in the community that we've dealt with before, just to give us a bit of a reference point? Can you think any, Tamara?
Yeah, I can't recall. I can't recall anything myself, unless Tamara, you're putting your mic on off. You want to comment on that? I don't.
No, not offhand. Sorry.
Okay, so can staff go back and, so we either say no now, no, it's no, or we say, staff, can you go back and get a specific budget request? It'll be considered in a specific amount request, and we would put that when we do our budget consideration. So which is the preference of council?
Take it away and come back to us. See if there's,
Okay.
see if there's any precedent or if there's a suggested amount. And then for consideration by council when we're coming around time for budgeting for 2022.
Okay. So Councillor Clark, can I take that as you moving that?
Yes.
And staff will come back. Okay, Councillor Smith, did you want to speak to that?
Well, I just, look at the list of emergency shelters there, and I know that all church basements are also on the list as an example, along with all schools. And, I know the West Guildford Community Center has an elevator today. I'm not sure about Harcourt. In fact, I'm sure Harcourt would need one. It's just sort of a simple building. That building, exactly. We've got a number of facilities that already have provide access to those with that require special accessibility. And so I would be concerned here, though, that just based on the criteria, that others could be saying, "Oh, you need to provide equivalent funding to us." So I'd encourage us to be careful when we're potentially setting ourselves up here to fund elevating devices at every local church, for example.
Yeah, that's what I said. Our choice could be just no right now. And we could, if they do a fundraising campaign, we are all individuals. We can make personal donations if we so wish, but is it or do we just want to see, what are they asking for? So maybe that's what Councillor Clark suggested, to go back, have staff go back to them with a specific request, and then we can consider that. And at that time, say yes or no. So. Doesn't hurt to ask what they're asking for. Do we have a seconder to do that? To support that? Councillor Donaldson, we're down to a very, sorry, and what are you?
Yeah, if they wanted a specific amount, you think they would have said it. And are they looking at $1,000 would help them out? It's kind of
because we don't know, and they should have put that in the letter and they didn't. So I think it's worth just asking them staff to reach out and have this come back as part of our 2022 budget discussion, and we can have a little bit more time to make that decision as well. Okay.
I second it.
So okay. So moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole acknowledges receipt of the letter from Lynn Pittman of the Legion's Ways and Means Committee requesting a donation from Dysart et al. To help fund the purchase of installation of an elevator in the Halliburton Legion Should I add?
I'll add to it, yeah. And
And
further
further that,
direct staff to reach out to representatives of the Halliburton Legion and request that they suggest a donation amount for consideration during the 2022 budget deliberations.
okay, all in favor? Okay, no. Carried. Okay, next we have your check summary.
Yes, so total disbursements for August were $1,795,821. Of that amount, $1,595,000 was for vendor payments and the balance was payroll.
Okay. Mover seconder for check summary. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the, I can't even speak anymore. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole acknowledges receipt of the August 2021 check summary. All in favor? Okay, carried. Next, the lease agreement with the medical center.
Yes, so this is somewhat of a housekeeping item. We currently have a lease agreement with the Halliburton Medical Center. That's the physician group that occupies the upper level of the medical center there. They occupy 10,596 square feet. And so the current lease actually, it had a clause in it at the end of the 10-year mark that there was an option to renew. That is actually going back to 2017 when that 10-year period had expired. So again, it's a housekeeping item to just document that they are extending the option to renew in the current lease agreement for another 10-year period. And so after that 10-year period, there is no further option to renew the existing lease. Currently, they also pay for their proportionate share of heating and insurance costs, and it's also a revenue stream for property taxation.
So as Barbara had stated, this is just a housekeeping. I'm sure when others saw this and going commencing July 3rd, 2017, that was a few years ago. Is there a, yeah, so I know I asked. So is there a mechanism in your computer program to start sort of negotiations on a new term? You know, how far out do you go? Do you go like 9 months out to start the negotiating or 6 months out? Or, you know, how does that work in our system so that it doesn't get lost in July 2nd, 2027? How does that work within the system?
Yeah, so typically we start negotiating 6 months prior to the expiry date. Through the budget process, we do have visibility on when these lease agreements expire.
Oh, sorry, my little thing just, I didn't touch anything, it's just talking away to me. Carry on.
So yeah, as I had mentioned, typically negotiations commence 6 months prior to the expiration date of the lease. And additionally, we do have exposure with our leases through the budget process. We do review them annually.
Yeah, but like I said, this one just got flagged missed. So is there a way, a mechanism within our financial software system to, you know, put 9 months out, or, you know, go back, or even January 1 of 2027, and it'll pop up and say, look at the lease. That's all so it doesn't get forgotten in case none of us are here.
Yeah, it's more from an administration standpoint. And now that we have our new staff on board that will oversee leases, we'll have another set of eyes on that schedule.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved that the committee of the whole recommends that council approves the Halliburton Family Medical Center lease extension at the Halliburton Medical Center for a 10-year period commencing on July 3rd, 2017 and ending on July 2nd, 2027. All in favor? Carried. And lastly, a snow plow truck, just one. pre-approve?
So actually, this is one of our trucks within the parks fleet of vehicles. We currently have a 2014 one-ton truck with a snowplow for the Parks Department. The vehicle is really aged. We actually purchased this vehicle used in 2015. So we have had almost 7 years useful life from the vehicle, but it is in need of many repairs. So we're looking for pre-approval to include this purchase in the 2022 budget, giving the supply of product out there with COVID, looking to get the process started sooner so we can hopefully get delivered during the 2022 year.
I think that's very prudent. If anyone's driven by the local car dealership, there are no vehicles on the lot practically. It's very empty. So this is just a straight cab truck. It's the
yeah, it's a 1-ton with a dump box and a plow.
Yeah, not the crew cab.
Yeah,
So
this vehicle here they use for a lot of the kind of sidewalks and sort of the ancillary areas that is not covered by our roads group.
And are we just still going with white and then we deck all the doors?
Yes. Yeah.
Makes it a little bit cheaper than doing the yellow color that we had been doing. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I wondered if it made sense to kind of do an RFP, because we buy more than one pickup truck, and get something locked in, and maybe even if I'm not sure if the service delivery talked about, acquisitions at a county level that we all leverage. Is this is an opportunity to do something in that respect? Try and drive out a better price.
Maybe I'll turn that over to Tamara, really. She's been working on service delivery with you.
Yeah, the trucks themselves haven't been a current issue. But I think we can take that back as a discussion for roads, for public works, for Rob.
Okay. So Tamara will take that forward. And so if I could look for a mover and a seconder then for pre-approval of this. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole recommend that council direct staff to release a request for tender for one 1-ton truck with the snow plow equipment for Parks and Recreation Department, and that the delivery of the truck shall be scheduled for 2022, and that the purchase of the truck be included in the 2022 municipal budget, and that the truck purchase will be funded from the development reserve. All in favor? Okay, carried. So that concludes finance. And the last item that we have to do is to go to planning and land information and bring Jeff back in. Hi, Jeff.
Hello again.
Okay, so the letter of intent with the municipality and places for people. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. The draft letter of intent was first viewed at the committee of the whole last month in August. At that meeting, staff were directed to obtain a legal opinion. At that meeting, I also advised that I would provide the committee with estimated costs contained in that letter of intent. I have attached a document which contains the estimated costs. Staff obtained quotes from various departments and external agencies to compile these quotes. However, we were unable to obtain a quote for the legal fees, and the land costs for the property are unknown until an appraisal has been obtained. Based on the document and talking to the departments, the estimated costs associated with the letter of intent total just north of $374,000. This total has been broken down by item and by department for council consideration. In the report, I also provide 2 recommendations. The first recommendation pertains to the October 31st deadline to rezone the lands. As mentioned previously, timelines associated with the zoning process depend on many factors, and I'm of the opinion that that timeline does not appear to be achievable. The intent is certainly not to delay the process. However, before the process can proceed, certain items need to be addressed. The second recommendation pertained to a flashing light at the intersection of County Road 21 and Wallings Road, as outlined in our traffic impact study. This recommendation could likely be put on hold for now because staff have received recent comments from both the County of Haliburton and Places for People. Therefore, I think further discussion on some topics is required. And in my opinion, the execution of the letter of intent should be deferred until these discussions have occurred. Basically, because those discussions could potentially alter the contents of that letter of intent. So I provided some resolutions for the committee's consideration. They may not be 100% appropriate now based on these recent comments received, but I do seek direction from the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Jeff. And just, I know some of the, some people were concerned with looking at the total costs, but you have to put the total costs of the estimated project, whether it takes however long it takes. Probably the big sticker item that concerns some people would be the sewer connection fee, and that is not, that was still to be negotiated, and we don't have the land costs. But as you referred to, there are still some questions that came up, through our lawyer, that I don't feel that we're ready to sign the letter of intent as it sits currently. There are some changes that may have to occur, and we have to wait to further discussion with the county. So, but that said, this project has been important to council, this Dysart Council, to county council, to staff. It's sometimes these things take longer than one would hope, but that is the way that the planning process goes, and negotiating even just within our own departments and when with the county. So it's not to delay anything whatsoever or to hold anybody up. We want to see this project go forward. So I don't know if there's any further comments from Dysart councilors here. So at the point now is sorry, Jeff, I'm just reading the resolution. So it says to bring forward the bylaw to council to authorize the execution of the said amended letter of intent. We don't know when that amended letter of intent will be until we get comments back from our lawyer. So if I'm
correct, and the second resolution, basically the committee is to provide direction to amend the letter of intent. So
yes.
if the committee does want to make some recommendations right now, we can make some changes. But yes, ultimately we will bring back a bylaw to execute the letter of intent. Maybe I'll defer that to Mallory. So that third resolution might still be appropriate because it doesn't put a date on it. We will ultimately bring back a bylaw as soon as we can, but we do have to resolve a few things with the lawyer, with the county, and with Places for People before it can proceed.
Yeah, I think it's still true. Yeah, the way it's written.
okay. Councillor Smith, I saw you hand your hand up, so go ahead now.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so I think Jeff has summarized it there in terms of amending the draft letter that was prepared by People for Places to take into consideration the good advice that was offered to us by our legal counsel. But I think we also need to, in the process of signaling to Places for People that they're not going to get the land and all of the other concessions that we would normally make for affordable housing development. Because certainly the draft that they prepared could be interpreted to come across as they think they're going to get all of that. And it's always been my own perspective that the land was a generous gesture on our part, and that great to facilitate the developments of affordable affordable housing. But to layer on top of that, another $100,000 worth of waiving of fees is excessive. And so the people from places, people need to understand that. And whatever version we finally give back to them ought to reflect a more reasonable contribution to property taxpayers.
Yes, and that needs to be sort of spelled out a little more clearly with places for people. The affordable housing incentive program is, we still don't have the policies per se in place, but I was always leaning to certainly the ERU portion of that policy is on a per case by case circumstance. And while we might have waived something a couple of months ago, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to waive it for this because of the land. And so I think that needs to be stated very clearly. It's Jeff's responsibility, because he's part of that team, to put in and gather all that information and put the real dollar value, if in the event that that's what happens. But that portion is still to be negotiated. And we haven't put a value on the land because we haven't gotten that far yet. So I think, not signing the letter of intent today does not mean the intention is still to go forward with this project. Very much so. We're all wanting the same thing. We're just, it's not as easy to get there as I think we originally thought. So we need to just keep going forward and take the advice that we had from our lawyer and keep going forward. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so I do need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Clark, and second by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that the herein report dated September 14th, 2021, pertaining to a letter of intent between the municipality of Dysart et al. And Places for People for an affordable housing development on the lands of the municipality of Dysart et al. In part lot 14, concession 8 in the geographic township of Dysart is received. And further, that the committee provide direction to amend the letter of intent to include the changes as recommended. And further, that the committee direct staff to bring a bylaw forward to council to authorize the execution of said amended letter of intent. All in favor? John, did you want to comment?
Ask
before
it, well, that's what came forward. Do we need to put any dates on that? As to when this would come back, or are we just going to wait till we hear from the county and others?
I thought that as I was reading it, but I think it's better to just say that we bring it back to bring the bylaw forward to council when the amended letter of intent is received. So I think I've read it twice, and I think Mallory's been reading it. I think it's okay to not put a deadline on it, but it is a high priority for council and for our lawyer to work those comments in to a revised letter of intent. Is that correct, Jeff, before I call for the vote?
Yes, we'll bring it back as soon as we can, whether it's council or the committee of the whole. We just need to arrange those discussions with both Places for People, the county, and direct the municipal solicitor just to make those changes.
So I understand what you're saying by putting in deadlines, but I can assure you this is a top priority for myself and staff and Places for People. So I have read the full resolution, so I'm not going to read it again if that's okay. I will then ask for a vote. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. So thank you for that, and thank you, Jeff, for working so hard to we all want the same thing. Like I said, we want to see this go forward. And so that concludes the meeting, other than I will ask to see if there are any notice of motion today. And seeing none, I will ask for a mover and a seconder for adjournment. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the committee of the whole adjourn its meeting held on September 14th, 2021 at 3:35 p.m. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you, everyone, today. It's been a very long day. Take care and stay well, stay safe, as they say. Bye now.